Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back. We're gonna try this again, round 2. Last night I tried doing this, and it said like reconnect. It said like go live on my end, and then I was starting to get a headache already, anyways. So I was already thinking about cutting the night short, and I just figured, it's like a sign from God or whatever. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna stop here because I'm getting a headache anyways. So we're gonna try this again. Talking about Candace Owens. Am I muted? No. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start from where I left off last night, which I didn't get very far anyways, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal. We're going to start with her appearance on the Whatever podcast from about 10 minutes ago.
Crunch the numbers. We are.
And it's still my birthday, by the way. So it's a birthday stream. Anyways. Let's do it.
Can you... I'm a little confused.
The stone is red, so it matched, you know.
Why are you wearing a...
Hold on, that's not where we left off. We started here.
Considering looking for someone of value, you also take a second to measure yourself and see if you are a person of value that's worthy of marrying. Because I think people forget that part. That's almost the most important part.
Got it. So recently a video went pretty viral on the internet, and Candace, you actually tweeted about it. Something about shashuka. I don't know if I'm saying that right. So Nick, if you can pull a video, we're going to just have the panel react to it. And then before you go full screen on that, so Matt Walsh posted it, and I saw this everywhere. I saw it yesterday. Her life doesn't revolve around her family and kids, so instead it revolves around TV shows and pop stars. Worst of all, she's too stupid to realize how depressing this is. And then Candace, quote tweeted, I don't know anymore. Quote X'd it. This is what was future. Wait, this is what was. This is what a future depression Xanax and wine combo nights alone looks like. But hey, the shashuka.
That's gonna be amazing.
So let's play the video. Nick, if you can go full screen on it, and then we'll get the panel's reaction.
Xanax wine nights.
It's 10:45 a.m. on a Saturday. I'm 29 and single, and I don't have kids yet. Here's what your Saturday morning looks like when you're single at 29 and you don't have a kid running around the house. I didn't rise from my bed until 10:15. Every time I thought, I should probably get up and do something. I thought, why? Nobody's making me. I'm not missing out on anything. I went to Beyonce last night, and I didn't get home until 1 a.m. And I danced and drank my little heart out, and I didn't pay a babysitter to watch my kids as I did that. And I woke up a tad hungover this morning, which is probably why I was in bed for so long, and I was just scrolling.
Okay, so they're going to go on to say, well, Candace is going to go on to call this woman a narcissist, and some other lady on the panel is going to call out saying that this woman was being very condescending to parents and people who have children. And, like, I would say the most condescending, I wouldn't call any of this condescending, really. If anything, she ends up going on to, like, kind of, like, self-shame herself for being 29 and not having kids and a family, and she's kind of makes this post to like be like, hey, but it's okay, you know, there's other women in my position and my life's still okay, and like blah blah blah, it's okay to be like this, 29 and single and no kids. So I think maybe the most condescending part you could say from this is when she said, and I didn't have to pay a babysitter when I went to the Beyonce concert last night. But I wouldn't even call that condescending, but just keep that in mind when I'll go back a few seconds.
I went to Beyonce last night, and I didn't get home until 1 a.m. And I danced and drank my little heart out, and I didn't pay a babysitter to watch my kids as I did that. And I woke up a tad hungover this morning, which is probably why I was in bed for so long. And I was just scrolling on my phone, and I saw a picture of shakshuka, and I thought, you know what sounds really good? Maybe I'm going to learn how to make shakshuka today, because I have no plans, and I don't have kids, and I don't have a husband, and I don't have errands to run. I can go to the grocery store and learn how to make shakshuka. So that's on my agenda today. Also on my agenda, probably a rewatch of some Real Housewives of New York. I'm also doing a rewatch of Normal People on Hulu, which is really spicy, and I highly recommend. Weirdly, I'm into this documentary on Netflix about blue zone countries, so I've got a pretty stacked day. Anyway, I say all this to say, whenever I'm hard on myself about why I'm not married and I don't have kids and I should be further along at 29, almost 30, I wouldn't want to do anything else this second.
She said, whenever I'm hard on myself for being 29, almost 30, I'm not married, I don't have kids, this is what I tell myself, like, oh, well, at least I'm having a good Saturday.
Yeah, whole day.
How is that narcissistic? Okay, I think most people can agree. People overuse the word narcissist. That's something that I thought Candace would be someone who says like, oh, people overuse the word narcissist all the time. Girlfriends call their ex-boyfriends narcissists all the time. That's something I can literally hear her say. That's something that she probably has said. But she goes on to call this woman a narcissist for this video. I don't know why she's so upset about it.
Saturday. And I know that you can do all these things when you have kids and you're married, and I understand, but the effortlessness and ease of my life, just kind of focusing on myself and the shakshuka I want to make or the Beyonce concert I want to go to really pays off when I'm hard on myself for not being where society tells me I should be in life.
I thought it really pays off when I'm hard on myself and society tells me I'm not where I'm supposed to be in life.
Right? You can't teleport in.
Are narcissists hard on themselves?
Thought it was gonna be really her going shot.
So, why do you guys think that this video went kind of crazy viral, and what's the analysis here?
I mean, it went crazy viral because Matt Walsh tweeted it. Let's be real. That would have just gone into the ethosphere on TikTok, and no one would have talked about it had he not picked that up and tweeted it.
Well, was Matt? I don't know if Matt Walsh was the first
He
person.
was.
Oh, was he
Yeah.
really? Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But I guess what's interesting to me is that this woman has actually even said, she gives herself a hard time. She wants to be married. She wants to have children. So I don't think that it's right to demonize her and act like she's going to have a depressing life when she just hasn't found the right person, because clearly she wants those things and she's trying to make herself feel better and other people in that community feel better about not being that far along. Because like you said, you wanted people to settle down with the right person, take their time, figure out if that's the right person. So just because she's 29, you're saying that it's too late for her and she's going to be doing Xanax and drinking wine at night because she hasn't reached that point.
Yeah, that is so extreme. This is what future Xanax and wine nights, alone by yourself in the future looks like. This woman talking about how she's hard on herself for being single and alone and childless at 29, and she's, looking at the bright side. She can enjoy her Saturday and, doesn't have all these responsibilities and stuff. Wow. It's just, I was trying to explain this last night, but it's disappointing to see women like Candace Owens, because I do think she has a lot of potential and potentially really highly redeeming qualities that would be good for young girls and young women to look up to. She's very opinionated, she's very driven, she speaks her mind, she's intelligent, and yet she just kind of throws that all away. I think when she acts this way and says these kind of things about women, I just don't think it's helpful at all. And I think she honestly does it to pander to the the Andrew Tate people who started liking her after she interviewed Andrew Tate and she started sticking up for him, all the Manosphere people. She went on Fresh and Fit, she did all these Redpill blah blah blah, the Nick Fuentes people. She's pandering to that audience, and I've seen so many content creators do this because there is a huge audience there. There's a huge audience, and they are very loyal followers, and there's a lot of power in numbers like that. So it's just disappointing. It's disappointing when people have these fucking stupid ass takes for, to pander to a bunch of young, broken men.
I didn't say that. That's not what my tweet said. That's not what my
You said
tweet
the future.
Yeah,
Right.
Because she's obviously a narcissist, right? said
That it's too late for her and she's going to be doing Xanax and drinking wine at night because she hasn't reached that point
I
yet.
didn't say that. That's not what my tweet said. That's not what my
You said
tweet
the future.
Yeah,
Right.
Because she's obviously a narcissist, right? So
Why
the
would you
issue,
think
first and
that?
foremost, let's not pretend this is one video that she made. It's her brand on TikTok. It's her brand on social media. She talks about these are this community known as dinks. We're happy and we're childless. She talks about how great it is to be childless. So she has developed she's a social media influencer that talks about childlessness. So let's not pretend this is one woman making a video who just said, "Oh, I had a great Saturday." There's absolutely no reason, if you had a great Saturday at 29 years old and you learned to make shashuka and you slept in at 11 until 11:15 or 10:15, whatever she said, that you need to bring up children. There's absolutely no reason. You just say, here's what I did today. I laid in all day. I did this. I did that. The fact that
That was the point of the video, though, is because she's saying that sometimes she's hard on herself for being 29 and unmarried and childless, and society does tell women because we do have this biological clock. You know, we can only have children into our like mid-30s and whatever. And society does, there is a natural and a societal pressure on women to be further along by the time they're 29 years old. So she just made this video for herself and other women. Do I think it's cringy? Yeah. Do I have TikTok? No. Would I make a video like this? No. But do I think it's narcissistic? Hell no.
She has to correlate it to saying, and this somehow makes me better than people that have children is the problem. She literally goes on to talk about not having children. It wasn't necessary in this video. So it's not like people are just shaming single women on the internet. You could go on right now and talk about what you've done all day, and there's no reason to bring up, but you know, having a child or not. She's actually doing the shaming, and now we're trying to pretend that she's the victim. She's not. She has a brand where she talks about childlessness, and she talks about leaning into selfishness and all the things that are amazing about not having children. Again, this is not the first video that she's produced. So the reason why, and if you're a man watching this, don't marry this woman. She's basically telling you she's selfish. She's telling you she's a narcissist. Everything she says is about me, 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 me. Even if you're single, you don't have to make your whole day revolve around you. You don't have to. You can get up in the morning. You can go help others. You can do other things. You can say, now that I have free time as a single woman, I can go dedicate time to the church. I can sing. I can.
Like, none of this is helpful to women, right? Like, none of this is helpful, beneficial to women, to struggling women, to childless women, whatever, to non-religious women, whatever. These people that she wants to help, so she wants to help so much. None of this is helpful at all. Like, this is all just pandering to the red pill and black pill communities.
Do this. I can help people find God. That particular woman that you just looked at is a selfish bitch, and men should not marry her. That's my personal opinion.
You wanted to come in.
Super godly. She's a selfish bitch, and nobody should marry her because she made this fucking video about how she's hard on herself for being single and childless at 29, and she's looking at the bright side by, you know, having a free Saturday, and she just tells herself, you know, it's the little things in life that make me not, you know, hate my life and think I'm a complete just failure. Like, this is pure pandering. There's no like logical reasoning to this thinking. Is pure pandering to the whatever audience. She's on whatever. She knows who's watching. And it's disappointing.
Really quick.
Yes, I wanted to answer your question real quick as to, you said why it went viral. I think it went viral because it's like, nowadays, it's like, it's relatable in our day and age. You know what I mean? Like 22, 23 years old. I don't know how old this girl is, but like 29 or whatever. But in my day and age, like, it's relatable to be like, haha, we don't got kids. Like, go to 22. Fuck them kids. You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm glad you're admitting that.
It's like that.
I'm glad
like,
you're admitting that.
It's like a term that people use. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just relatable.
It's
like, that's why it gets so many views, is what, to answer your question.
I think that's really honest of you to say that.
She said that in a really bad way, but the reason she's saying it's relatable is true is because people are having kids and getting married later in life, which I think is a good thing. I do think part of the problem for all the massive amount of divorces we had within the past couple decades is because people were getting married too young, having kids with people they barely knew, with people they didn't actually, you know, knew if they were compatible with, because they basically, you know, they couldn't even live together before they got married. So you're getting married, you're having kids, you're moving in with somebody you've never even lived with, and you're probably, they were like way younger, so they're not as mature, all these reasons. So I think it is a good thing to have, you know, to wait and take your time with a serious relationship and marriage. You know, some people might want to get married younger. That's fine. Of course, there's going to be exceptions and stuff, but especially, I don't know, just today and age, people are maturing later. People are moving out of their homes later. More people are going to college. College degrees are more necessary in today's economy and stuff. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. But yeah, what she's saying is like, I don't hear people saying like, oh, fuck them kids. But I do hear people being like, I'm 23. I don't want kids right now. Like, I'm not ready for kids right now. Like, I'm 25. Like, what? Like, I just graduated from college a couple years ago, a year or two ago. And I don't think that's an issue. I don't think that's people saying like, fuck kids. I think most women do want to be married and have children, like in general, just not at super young ages. So when you get to the age of 29 and you're still not married and you're still single and you still don't have kids, society, again, you know, kind of puts pressure on you, and there's just natural biological pressures. So women are hard on themselves. And so this woman made, I guess, a TikTok video. Maybe she has like a channel around helping other women feel okay and not being super hard on themselves and look at the bright side, and shit like that. So I think it's super extreme and unfair to tell men, don't marry this woman, she's a narcissistic, selfish bitch. It's just pure pandering. There's no other excuse for it, literally. And again, it's disappointing. The fuck? Come on.
Want to come and go?
Fuck them kids.
Yeah. No, I said
I'm
quote
just
unquote.
gonna-
That's what they say.
Yeah, but you're admitting that so that she's starting the fight. You're looking
And
at
it's a
people that are
trend,
moms.
that are
Like,
trending.
I don't when
It's a trend.
when I'm with my kids,
Right.
I don't post videos and say F them single chicks with no kids.
Right.
She did the baiting, okay, and we responded. That's it.
I don't know.
Like, it's
The
new
first thing
trend
I was
type
gonna
thing.
say.
Hold on, let's just let Essie
Yeah.
Hold on. She does do that, though. Candace does that all the time. Candace talks shit about single women who aren't getting married young all the time. She does do that all the time. And if anything, these videos, like that TikTok video, is a response to, you know, the societal hatred a bit towards single women in their late 20s and early 30s who aren't far along, who aren't at that stage in life yet, married with kids. That's a reaction to that pressure from society of, oh, you're 30 and you're not married, you don't have kids. Oh, clock's ticking. What the fuck? Why can't you find a dude? What's wrong with you? Why can't you find a guy who likes you? You're a woman. That should be easy, right? We hear these things all the time. So her video is a response to that.
Go ahead.
The first thing I noticed about the video was that she was putting people with kids down. It'd be fine if she was just talking about how her day was and
No,
wording it differently,
she
but it
wasn't.
seemed like almost immediately from the beginning of the video that she was belittling people with kids, which I think is like the part of the problem.
Pixie, go ahead.
She was not belittling people with kids here. Pixie's probably, I think, about to explain my opinion. I like Pixie, this girl here with the bangs who's about to talk.
Yeah, no, I think this is like up to interpretation, because personally when I saw that video, my interpretation was like, oh, she's putting herself down because she's saying like, oh, you know, when I tell myself why am I not further along in life, you know, it's okay because at least I'm enjoying these things. So I could definitely see, like, depending on how you're looking at it or if you have further context, why you would think she's putting kids down. But when I saw that video by itself, I was thinking like people are kind of going a little bit overboard in the sense that she says she's being harsh on herself. She doesn't have children, and these are just the things that have made her happy today. And I don't think that by itself, without additional context, is inherently wrong.
Anybody else? Tara, did
Yeah.
I say it right this time?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know the background of what other types of content and messaging she puts out, but just from that video alone, I don't think to me, I never got the impression she was shaming people that did. That women that were married to kids, it felt like she felt bad that she wasn't
Thank
already
you.
there, and she was just trying to be optimistic about it.
Thank you.
And so I think it
Exactly.
sounded more like her content was about making women who are childless and not married yet and are approaching the end of their reproductive years to like look on the bright side. But I really, and all my friends know I'm like so eager
To not hate yourself. You don't have to hate yourself. That's the fucking point. Okay? A narcissist would never hate themselves. They would never have, I mean, deep down, they do. But they would never be admitting to self-shaming on the internet like this, okay? Unless it was for some kind of clout. But, yeah, I've already
ready
said
for like
everything.
marriage and kids, but I really honestly just didn't get that impression from that video alone that she was in any way.
So when she was talking
shaming.
about, I got to go to a Beyonce concert and I didn't have to pay for a babysitter, you don't
Yeah,
think that was
that's
belittling?
such a- it's so
yeah,
she
that
was
was
obviously
selfish of her to say that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
but-
sounds selfish
and she's
she was
saying
being
that.
rude. And if it was flipped and a conservative woman with children said the
No, it's not selfish. She's just saying, I didn't have to pay for a babysitter. Like, that's a perk in my life.
opposite of that
Right.
to single women,
It would blow up.
It would blow up, and they would
Right.
say, "How rude of you! Why are you even mentioning single women?"
They say there's videos like that all the fucking time. Like, literally comments, videos, posts all the time. You're 30. Why don't you have kids? What do you do? Why are you working? Why aren't you married? What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with you?
And just say you had a good day with your kids. That's
Yeah,
fine. If I
and
said
I
I
feel
woke
like
up, went to the
nowadays
park with
it's
my
like
kids, did that, okay. chill. Why are you correlating it to children? It doesn't make any sense. So, and like I said, she's produced more content, so that the context is important. She's leaned into this as a brand and as an influencer. So, then you're going to expect people that influence people to have families to respond. Matt Walsh being among them, me being among them. And I would like to, again, warn men against marrying a woman who holds those sorts of perspectives, because she's ultimately just selfish. Like I said, you can have a day and you can be single. You don't have to dedicate your whole day to me, narcissist, me, here's what I did for me. It's just not a woman that you want to marry, full stop. For leaving the kids totally separate from it. I wouldn't marry a woman like that.
Go ahead.
And all I'm saying is, like, it's sad, but it's crazy that, like, it's a trend. You know what I mean? Like, that's why they're getting so many views on TikTok or Instagram or whatever they're posting these things on. It's like, it's a trend. Yeah. And it's crazy.
Just a show of hands, who here wants to have kids one day?
More, yeah. It's my third, but
Besides Candace, does anyone here have kids?
I do.
You got kids? How many? You got?
I have a son. He's 21.
Okay, gotcha.
He's
Gotcha.
perfect, and I'm good.
Okay.
But
got
one
it.
thing I noticed, a trend, like, I agree that it's a trend, and she's doing that to brand herself and go viral and get a lot of attention and maybe monetize that. When I talk with other girls and they're younger, and I'll say, "Are you married? Are you planning on having children?" Sometimes that's a hot button for them, and it's maybe perhaps these kind of trends are like it's a rebellious thing, because sometimes it's expected for people to get married out of the gate and have children and that kind of traditional lifestyle. If it's an expectation that parents have that they put on their children, and younger generations aren't having it, especially these days when it's so hard it's so expensive, people are having to work a lot, that's just one thing I've noticed. A little pushback on that question, even when I ask it. And I love children.
Gotcha. And I don't recall if you had a response to Candace or...
I was just going to say the opposite content does exist, and I would say that it's more prevalent, and usually there's more of it than there is the opposite. And whatever community she wants to represent, I think that somebody that is single, and obviously, like I said, she closed out the video saying, I know that women that are married and have children can do all of these things as well, but this is what makes me feel better because I'm not that far along. And I think if she's giving comfort and solace to women that want to be in that position and aren't quite there yet, whether you took it that way or not, I think that that's okay.
I don't think anything that she did in there was meant to be charitable. It was all about her. So, just a different interpretation, but I'm just happy that you were honest and admitted that it is becoming trendy to put down women. Yeah, but by the way, speaking to what you were saying about it being an act of rebellion, I used to be a feminist. If you had found me, you're 22, right? Found me at 22, I would have probably had the same perspectives as you about family. It is something different, and you will realize that when it's someone that's 29 years old and saying that, it's not the same intention. It's not, I'm young, I'm free, I'm wild, and I think I'm going to live forever. Mm-hmm. What she's doing is something different. And also, just recently today, actually, Emma Roberts.
That was the whole point of the fucking video. She said she's hard on herself for not being further along in life. What the fuck is wrong with her? She knows this. I know she's smarter than this. She's pandering to the fucking whatever audience. And that's what's disappointing to me about Candace Owens. Because, again, she has the personality of somebody that I would look up to. But she just, to me, just like wastes all of that potential and goodness by doing pandering shit like this to be controversial, like similar to what Pearl does, but she's much smarter than Pearl. And it's just fucking disappointing that we don't have like female role models that can be like independent and opinionated and driven and successful without pandering to men.
Okay.
Hey Allie, what's up?
Imagine if I had the rich ass. For this, yeah.
Tchaikovsky came out with a quote about, I think getting divorced before you're 30 is chic. That's something else. And that a woman at 22, a woman at 29 saying something that is appropriate when you're at 21 or 22, it's a little different. And she knew what she was doing. It was intentional. And like I said, if you look into her content, this is not some innocent woman that was posting just to boost herself up on the internet. Mm-hmm. She's trying to get clicks. She's trying to get views. Right. And she got them, for better or for worse.
I'm doing good. Just getting a little frustrated with Candace now. You seem to catch me on my my like Manosphere women covering nights.
I want to come back a little bit now to people's relationship status. So, or not even so much relationship status, but perhaps it's related. So both of you do courtship?
Sex work?
Courtship?
Courtesan.
Courtesan.
That's an old-fashioned historical term.
Okay.
Back in the day, courtesans were able to own property, whereas the Little Miss didn't have that ability. The way the laws were written back in the day of ancient years, like the wife was toddlerized, and then the courtesans were able to go and attend the meetings with the politicians and the business owners and actually state their case and be influential.
But okay, so I'm just trying to differentiate here because courtesan, that's when I think of it, I think of people who are in the court. Typically, there's
In
a
the courtyard.
kingdom.
Yeah.
There's a kingdom. There's a monarch, and there's maybe some of them are dukes, maybe.
It's
or
from that
there's
era, but
viceroys.
Yeah.
There's some viceroys in there.
I think it's like a fancy word for sugar baby. I think that's what they're getting at. They're like, it's like not exactly, it's like escorting, but it's like a deeper relationship and you're like fully paid for and shit. I'm pretty sure that's what they're getting at.
There's a couple of, well, I don't know some other terms. Lords, ladies. But okay, so you guys work in Nevada, is that correct? In what's the place that you guys work at?
There's different brothels. The Bunny Ranch. I've been at the Bunny Ranch. We've both been there. We both worked at the world famous Mustang.
Okay.
Those are more normal.
Oh, so you guys both don't work there, or you don't work there anymore. Do you still work at the, what is it called, the Bunny Ranch, or?
So hold on.
We're independent contractors. So
Take your time.
So like when we're on tour, we contract ourselves out, with whomever.
Okay.
So that might change.
Sure. So a couple questions here. So I don't know, maybe it's changed throughout the course of your life, but how many, maybe you see men, maybe you see women, how many per day or per week, do you call them clients?
Brian loves asking this question. I don't know what it is, but he's so curious about how many, like the most different men women have slept with in a 24-hour period. He asks this all the time, like whenever it can come up. He's always like, how many different guys have you been with in like one day? I agree. It's hard to hear from Candace. She could be encouraging, but she's like hand wringing, scolding, naughty. Yeah, I don't know. It's just frustrating. I think she just panders a lot to the Redpill community because they have such a loyal and large community of fans. And once she interviewed Andrew Tate, they all started, simping for Candace, for lack of better words. And, once people get like the loyalty from those Manosphere communities, they start really hardcore pandering to them because the numbers are so good. It's just disappointing.
What do you call them? Tricks?
Clients,
What do they call
friends.
them?
No, not tricks.
Marks?
No.
No? Okay. I don't know the terminology. I'm not in the world.
some providers may, but they're not maybe the most respectful.
Okay.
I like to deem them friends as soon as I
Sure.
get to know them, and
Gotcha.
and we are like friends. Sometimes we're like married couples, but it can be it depends, anywhere from like 2 to 3 a day. That's a lot,
2 to 3 a
but
day.
maybe
Okay.
5 a week.
Okay. What about you?
So anywhere between 2 to 3. Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
Anywhere between 2 to 3.
Okay.
And sometimes 4 or 5, depending on.
Sure. Per day.
Yes.
Do you know what the most is in one day? Like, was there one day?
It always fluctuates.
Okay. Was there ever like a 10, a dozen?
I don't.
Yes.
Is that
There, I mean,
Baker's
yeah,
dozen?
it can. It
Okay.
can happen.
Sure.
I don't personally do that.
When coming off the
He's
heels
so
of
obsessed
Dennis
with
Hoff's
that.
Cat House, there were, I
What?
mean,
Oh,
10.
Nick, hide.
But I was just
Okay, cool.
Okay, we're fine. Okay, all right, good. All right, welcome to the Whatever Podcast. Always something. Where were we?
I was mentioning after Dennis Hoff did his famous show, Cat House on HBO, he drummed up a ton of mainstream media. He got one of the girls on Oprah and whatnot. There were so many people coming in. Those were the days where maybe you'd be seeing like 10 clients, 12 clients in a day.
Okay,
And
gotcha.
that was a lot.
Gotcha. And for you two, has being involved in prostitution, has it had any impact?
Oh my God, are those like plastic chairs? They look so uncomfortable. Sometimes they're sitting there for like 6-8 hours. Jesus, I could not do that.
When it comes to your romantic prospects?
Yeah, I've got to be able to be myself and fully disclose, and I need that person to accept me for who I am. Bottom line.
I have had no issues being a legal prostitute. I've had no issues being a legal prostitute just because I haven't been dating anybody within this time for that year.
Mm-hmm.
As for everything else, it's hard dating. I've ran into a lot of insecure men. Typically, those are the ones that can't handle me doing what I do for work. And
oh, that's where we're gonna get into trouble. I definitely wouldn't call a guy insecure for not being okay with his girlfriend being a prostitute. It's definitely a little far. It's definitely a little far. Candace is gonna jump all over this.
Well, just a point of clarification. So you've run into a lot of insecure men, and are they insecure because they don't want to date you because you are currently active as a prostitute?
No, I'm saying I've never dated a guy while I was working at the brothels, at the Bunny Ranch or the Mustang Ranch. But I've been dating guys like between me doing camming and dancing. So that's what I'm talking about.
But you mentioned insecure men. What specifically are they doing that makes them insecure? Is it because they're insecure about your work?
Yes, like I've had exes in the past that would cry about me going to work to dance at the strip club.
Okay.
I've had guys try to control like what I wear and say that I can't work at strip clubs or do OnlyFans or whatever.
Oh, sorry, was there more?
No, and that's...
Okay. Is it because they're insecure, or is that just them having boundaries and standards?
I feel like that's... I mean, you knew what I was doing before you met me.
Yeah, that's it right there. And I've had this issue before. Or not this issue, but I've talked about this before on other panels. Like, I think this came up with the, what's his name? That comedian. Fuck it. Is his name Noah? He dated, hold on, his name will come to me. It's definitely not fucking Noah. He started dating this girl. I think she was a model for like a surfing company or something. And so she would post, pictures in like a bikini or in swimwear with her, surfing gear and whatever. And they broke up, and she tried to expose him for oh my god, what's his fucking name? Hold on. Oh great, my keyboard died. Okay, I'll look it up later. But she tried to expose him for being controlling and trying to control what she wore, and saying like she needed to delete her Instagram and stuff like that, even though like she was modeling for work. Which like, I have mixed feelings on the exposing part. But God, I wish I could fucking remember his name. He's a comedian. He's like fat. Jonah Hill. Thank you. Okay, Jonah fucking Hill. Yeah, so my issue was like, look, you knew she was a model. You knew she was a swimwear model for like surfwear and stuff. Like, so I just don't understand. Like, I feel like if that's something that's going to make you uncomfortable before you start getting into a relationship with somebody who this is their work, right? Whether she's a stripper or a cam model or a swimwear model, what a Victoria's Secret model, whatever. If you know she does this and you get into a relationship with her, why wouldn't you have that conversation beforehand? I do think it can be kind of a problem when you're like thinking in the back of your mind, I don't like this, but I can change her or I can change him once we get further along. So I agree with that, but that I don't blame a lot of men for not, being comfortable with dating a stripper or a sex worker. Obviously, like, that's kind of a exceptional situation, especially for like a intimate monogamous relationship. But I do think it's a problem when people think they can change somebody and they don't have these conversations before they take that step of getting into a relationship, especially when it comes down to somebody's work. Like, this is what they do for work. And I know it's Jonah Hill, like, oh, he probably thought he could just take care of her and she doesn't have to work and stuff. But like, that's not the only, especially early on in a relationship, like you're just going to quit your career. but I don't know. I think that's asking a lot. You should definitely have these conversations before you start dating seriously, especially if it's something that makes you uncomfortable. Like, you're just setting everybody up for failure at that point.
Right? So all of them knew exactly what I was doing before they met me, which brings it to, yeah, if you have a problem with what I do before you meet me, maybe don't get involved with me.
Sure.
I'm very open. I'm a very honest person. You knew what I was doing before you met me. If you don't like it, there's the door. Nobody's making you stay.
I think too, gentlemen love the idea of dating us, and then once we go to do it, then it's not really realistic.
Right. It's almost like fetish.
A fetish.
Like, you're right.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's so hot. I have a girlfriend that does this, that, and the other, and then when they're really at home and I'm like on OnlyFans or on a call with a client or whatever, they're like, no, this is weird. This is weird. You know what I mean? And that, I think it's an insecurity, yes, because you knew where I was coming from, you knew what I was doing, and you weren't okay with it. Then you should have made that a point.
I mean, I suppose you have a point that, I mean, if they knew going in that this is what you do for work, you're a stripper, or you're doing OnlyFans, or you're doing sex work, then I think it's a little bit of a stretch that all of a sudden, a couple weeks or months into a relationship, then they start changing up. But I think to differentiate the conversation a little bit, for example, like, let's say, and I don't know if you mentioned this when it comes to like posting perhaps a reveal.
Like, if you're in that situation, you should probably say something like, look, I really like you, and I really want to get, I'm thinking about us being serious. Would you ever consider changing your career? Would you ever, consider getting out of the stripper industry or cam girl industry or OnlyFans industry and switching over? Like, if we start getting serious, because I don't know if I'm comfortable with you doing that type of work while we're dating. And then, that's up to her if she's comfortable with that, if she likes him enough, or if she, feels safe enough to do that with him. But yeah, I think that's the conversation you should have.
Revealing photos online, not intended for commercial, like they're just on Instagram, but they're not monetizing it, they're not content creators, or like, for example, if they go to the bar, club, party a lot, would you consider it insecure if a guy, maybe 3 months into a relationship, at that point he started having issues with you or with another girl? Hey, he started saying, hey, I don't want you to go in the clubs and bars anymore.
And he already knew? You're saying he already knew this?
Well, like, I assume he knew, yeah.
So if he already knew, then...
Well, I guess my framing is, prior to dating, he had no problem with you or with another girl engaging in what he considered to be single.
He would have to say something like, look, I thought I could handle this. It's starting to make me feel uncomfortable. Would you consider changing your career choices? Would you consider like trying some other workout or and maybe it could be like a gradual change or something. And again, she would have to either be like, look, I'm not comfortable, like I like doing this, or I make a lot of money doing this, or I don't feel comfortable having you, just like not working or whatever. And it really all depends. This is how I kind of see relationships as. It's like, when it comes to points like this, like it could even be with things like moving. Somebody has to move somewhere for work and somebody really doesn't want to move, or a situation like this. It's all like a scale. How much are you willing to sacrifice for this relationship and this person? And it's like a scale. It's like, is it worth it? Is it not worth it? And I think a lot of times people don't look at the scale and they don't weigh these things out properly, and they try to make these relationships work that fundamentally don't work, and they like put these things in the back of their mind. Like, I've heard this happening with like kids too. Like people will be like, so are you somebody who wants kids? And the person's like, no, I really just don't want kids. And the other person likes that person, so like they really want kids and they like that person so much they just think they'll change their mind one day, when really it's just not worth it at that point fundamentally. To if you really want kids, and that's something that you want more than being with that person, like that's just how you have to weigh it out. Like, am I willing to move, uproot my life and move to a different country for this person? Is being with this person more valuable to me than staying where I am or whatever? Like, these are just the things you have to balance out. Is being with this person more valuable than having to deal with them working on OnlyFans or me having to quit OnlyFans or, whatever. But people just don't like think about these things, and they continue with relationships and they try to force these relationships that fundamentally aren't working because of love. They're blinded and
behavior at the time. But once you or whoever it is started dating, he wanted his partner to act in a way that he thought was more consistent with being in a relationship. So perhaps it's okay to go out to, me personally, even if I'm single, I'm not really interested in going to bars, clubs, and I don't post revealing photos online, but I don't know, I feel like that men don't do that too much. I mean, there's certainly men that post like whatever, anyways. But
hey,
once
Jerry,
you get
no
into
worries.
a relationship, there's
Hope you have some
expectations
good
that certain
food.
things change.
Well, with the sex worker,
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just differentiating when it comes to like posting revealing photos. If it's not for your work,
then yeah,
or
like
going to bars and
I can
clubs.
separate my work identity
Sure.
from my personal life.
Go ahead, you want to come in?
I think, if we're talking somebody that's not a sex worker and is posting revealing photos, I think that that's something that you talk about before getting into a relationship with somebody. Because then if you're talking, and a guy is like, my expectations for my girlfriend are XYZ. I don't like these kind of revealing photos for my girlfriend. I don't like you going out all the time. And then I think from then on, that's when you decide whether to make a relationship serious or not. Because if she doesn't want to restrict where she's going or what she's doing or the type of photos she's posting for him, then that's her decision. But I don't think that it's wrong for a partner to ask her,
Right, exactly. I think a lot of times people... What's happening? What the fuck? What was that? Okay, I have no idea what that noise was. That was really weird. But, anyways, yeah, I think a lot of times people get into relationships and they get really infatuated with somebody and they try to mold them. They're just like, it also depends like how long you're with somebody. You get invested, or it's like you've been single for so long and there's finally somebody you like who likes you, and you're just really hoping it's everything you wanted. And when you start noticing some red flags or some things that don't align with you, you try to mold in your head like, oh, like, no, let's just like kind of forget about that part. Let's dismiss that. It'll work itself out. Or they try to like think they can mold somebody, and you can't mold somebody. And that's definitely something I wish I thought about more when I was younger. And not only that, but I wish I put, like, it's gonna sound selfish, but I really do wish I thought about myself first more. I really put my boyfriends, wants, and aspirations before myself because I wanted our relationship to work, and it really left me like far behind once those relationships didn't work out. And I should have realized that, his wants weren't aligning with mine, and they were putting my life and my aspirations and stuff, it was clashing, and I should have realized that relationship wasn't gonna work, but I wanted it to. So I tried, and every relationship has sacrifices and stuff, but these, if they're like major things, you probably just shouldn't try to make that work anymore. You can't really change people when it comes to big things, especially not without a conversation. And there needs to be sacrifice on both sides, right? But especially when I was just so young, like I'm like 21 and I'm putting my boyfriend and our future life before my own, and like what would have been good for me now, right? What would have been really good for me to do for my future self, I was putting that behind my boyfriend and our lives, and I was in my early 20s. So yeah, that's like some advice I would tell young people. Hey again, welcome back from Norway. Very cool.
Hey, if we're in a relationship, this is what I expect. And then, you know, she makes the decision, yes, I will do those things, or no.
But do you think that so early on, like say on the first date or second date, that there's enough of a relationship established for a guy to have enough, I don't know if leverage is the right word, but like enough pull or influence to be like, hey, listen, I don't want you doing this anymore?
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
But that's, I mean, she just said that you should early on, you should
Early
say,
on,
I
not
don't,
date number one.
Not date number one. Not
Well, no, I disagree with that. I think that's totally fine to bring up. If you're going out with somebody and they say, hey, you know, what do you do? And she's like, oh, you know, I'm on OnlyFans. And then he is like thinking to himself like, well, you know, this is our first date, but, you know, I kind of really like this girl. Like, we have good conversation. I don't think that's a problem to ask her, like, are you considering doing this forever? Would you ever consider stopping if you had a boyfriend, if you had a serious relationship? Like obviously you don't have enough, as Brian put it, for lack of a better word, leverage to be like, oh, if you want to continue, you can't do that anymore. But he could just say, okay, well, we're not going to go on another date again because I'm not going to date a girl on OnlyFans or whatever. But I don't think that's a problem to just say, like, hey, if you ever had a boyfriend, or if our relationship like progressed into something serious, would you ever consider doing something different? Would you you know, get a different job or something like that? I think that's totally, in fact, the earlier the better to have these conversations. Don't wait. If you're seriously taking someone serious, don't wait to have these conversations. Save the misery for both of you and just get it over with. The sooner, the better. The less investment you have before having these hard conversations, the better.
date number two. That is
Maybe date
wild.
number
I
three,
mean,
four.
wait.
I think there's two things
ahead, Pixie.
going on here. I think you can date someone and
Oh no, today's my 29th birthday. Where is that coming from?
and as a relationship evolves and changes, some things that you thought you were comfortable with, you're like, hey, I'm not really comfortable with this anymore.
Yeah,
I think that's reasonable. But I think that's very distinct than
Hold on, wait. I have no idea. What the fuck?
I bought the wrong crate and my bill sucks. I mean, I bought the wrong chest.
Okay, well, I have no idea where this is fucking coming from. I have nothing open. I just closed all my fucking tabs. What the fuck?
That's terrible.
Okay, that was really weird. Sorry, hold on. Let me reopen this shit again.
The entire build that I'm doing is based around a chest that I purchased incorrectly.
I don't know where that is fucking coming from. That's so weird. Creepy. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, cool. Did it save the thing? Oh shit.
Yeah, one of those chests.
The fuck? Oh shit. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I don't know this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, sorry. I don't know where the fuck that was coming from. Alright, let's try this again.
Wait.
Okay.
I think there's two things
Go ahead, Pixie.
going on here. I think
Oh no, you're good. I was talking about Video Man and Gizmo. I was talking about my past self when I was 21 and I was in a relationship, and how I would put my boyfriends and like our relationships, needs and stuff before things that were best for myself. Like I was I don't know, like I wasn't thinking about myself so much. I was thinking about the relationship and his wants and stuff, and I was putting that before what was best for me, and it would have been a lot better. It wasted a lot of time, honestly. It kind of put me behind putting these boyfriends and these relationships first instead of doing what was best for me. And so I was saying, when I was like, especially when I was like 21, 22, like this is too young to put like a relationship before what's best for you, what's best for yourself, because most of the times these relationships probably aren't going to work out, especially when you're so young, like 21 years old.
you can date someone, and then as a relationship evolves and changes, some things that you thought you were comfortable with, you're like, hey, I'm not really comfortable with this anymore.
Yeah,
I think that's reasonable. But I think that's very distinct than going into a relationship thinking, oh, I don't like the fact that she posts this types of photos. I'm going to make her stop. I'm going to change her, basically. Because you're setting up, I think, everyone for disappointment. You're setting up yourself, her. There's a difference between going into something, having feelings change, talking from there, and intentionally trying to change before you even date, really.
I have a question. Yeah. If you ever fell in love with somebody, would you be willing to delete all of your stuff if they asked you?
Would I be me?
Yes. Oh. Okay. If you, as a sex worker and everything that you do, if you fell in love and you found someone and they asked you to stop.
So with that being said, I am currently single because of what I do for work. I am very much so busy doing my work, and I'm full throttle, like wanting to make money and capitalize off of this industry to the best of my ability and make it to the point where I can retire. And then it's like, also making this much money and doing what I do for work, it puts me in a position to be able to meet the type of guys that I want to meet, right? The higher end type of guys. And maybe later on down the line, not anytime yet, I would be open to it if I find everything happens for a reason. You never say never, but like if I found Prince Charming or something one day and he didn't want me doing this anymore, or I wouldn't be doing this anyways. I want to retire from it at one point. And then, eventually, maybe.
And when you say high-end men, what do you mean by that?
Like
high-value men?
Yes, high value.
Or men with a lot of money?
High value.
Okay.
I have a question for you two here. So both of you do OnlyFans. Having done OnlyFans, continuing to do OnlyFans, has it had any negative impacts on your dating prospects? Does it make it harder to date? Has it been maybe not an issue at all? Some guys like it.
I've never had an issue with it. dating wise, no one has ever, because I'm very upfront too. You know, first date, if this is what I do,
As you
if you don't
should
like
be.
it, this is how I make my money. Unless you're going to pay me the same amount of money I'm making, then I'm not going to stop supporting myself. But yeah, I never really ran into issues. But again, I don't do full pornographic content or anything like that. So it probably is a little bit different for somebody on OnlyFans that does do that type of content. But I personally have never ran into an issue. My boyfriend at first was, you know, I told him and he was like, okay, well, if I'm going to date you, I have to be okay with this. And that was that. And it's never been an issue.
Sorry, I was asking a question. What kind of content do you do on OnlyFans?
Mainly topless content.
Okay,
So-
and you currently have a boyfriend?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Just that's the extent of it?
Yes.
Okay. What about you, Essie?
I've also never had an issue in my dating life. I don't date that often though, but
Right, because you've been single for 6 years.
Yeah.
But it might not necessarily be related to that you're now doing OnlyFans.
Yeah, I also don't do nudes on OnlyFans, so it's just like lingerie content.
Oh, okay.
So I think that
Alright.
also maybe helps because so
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. Question here for Candace. So, what are your thoughts on OnlyFans, sex work, and do you believe that a woman doing OnlyFans or porn might have an impact on her future romantic prospects? And if so, how
Dude,
and why?
obviously, come
I can
on.
repeat it. That was a lot, so let me know if you need me to
you're
repeat
fine.
anything.
I talk about this extensively on my show. I mean, the truth is that if you are going to engage in sex work, you are going to probably make a lot of money, especially if you're young. You're on a very tight rope. As you get older, your value goes down, and men are going to want women that are younger and available to them. I'm talking about in terms of just making the person who will subscribe to your OnlyFans page. You know, obviously, women, you're declining as you age, And the truth is that high value men don't want to date women that are sex workers or even women that aren't sex workers and lean into the whole talking about how sexy and are freely available on the internet for other men to see. What we're talking about is biological proclivity. What men are doing when they first say, this sounds amazing, to date a stripper or to date a prostitute or to date a sex worker, is there's this instinct to have sex. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to have sex all the time. But then when they realize that actually a form of wanting to be in a relationship is feeling that there's a mystery to a woman, that there's something that's yours, there's something that's sacred, there's something that's powerful and beautiful that just you share. And when they realize that they have to share that with other men, it completely diminishes the man. A recent cultural example of that, obviously, is what's happening with Nina Agdal. She's not a sex worker by any means. She just kind of said,
I'm going to talk about this extensively. I made a video specifically on Candace's point about this specific relationship. And yeah, so we're going to talk about that. Free sex with no intention of staying, I think she means there. You mean with the strippers and stuff? Well, I think she was referring to a couple of the women who are sex workers. Well, the one woman, she said, you know, she was never working at the brothel. She wasn't doing any boy-girl content or whatever while she had boyfriends. She would stick to like online camming and stripping. But she said that a lot of guys will go into the relationship thinking like, oh, it's so cool, it's so hot, I'm dating a stripper, and then like a couple weeks or months into it, they can't stand it anymore and they try to change her. And her point was like, well, you knew what you were getting into, and you didn't say anything, you were fine with it. And so I think Candace is, that's what she's talking about. She's saying like, oh, well, guys, their lizard brain basically says like, oh yeah, I'm gonna date a stripper and I like sex, so it's hot to date this stripper. And then they realize later on like, oh no, I don't want to do this, which I think is kind of bullshit. Like, we're not fucking lizards. I think I can give guys a little bit more credit than that. I think they have a little bit more self-control than that. But Well, that's half the thought. It was probably also comes with the idea of easy access rather than the long-term push and pull. I think that's what Candace is saying, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Said some sexy things on the internet about wanting cock, and look at what...
Was not expecting that from Candace.
I'm quoting her directly, so this is purely academic. Purely academic, and look at what happened. You know, now Logan has become the laughing stock of other men as they piece together everything that she's ever said that's overtly sexual. And again, she's not a sex worker, but what happened?
And guess what? Logan couldn't give less of a fuck. He literally doesn't care. She wants him to care so badly. She wants Nina Agdal to feel so worthless and less valuable, and Logan to feel so insecure, but he doesn't give a fuck. And I have a clip of him talking about that. But I just think it's funny. I don't know. Hold on. I'll go into that video too. We'll get into all this, because this is not the only time she talks about Nina Agdal.
Is her value just completely plummeted because they're this thing that men need to feel, and I don't want to say possession in a way that sounds bad, because it's not bad. It's actually really beautiful, and I'm lucky and fortunate that I get to experience that in my marriage, and it's something that women should strive toward. Women that make those exchanges in their youth, I think that's sad, and I do feel bad for Nina Agdal, is because she said a lot of those statements when she was really young. She's probably your age. And she had a camera, and she said it, and it lives forever, and now...
And guess what? She's still getting married. Her fiance, I don't know if I think they did get married now. Her husband still loves her because he knows who she is, and he doesn't think that she's any less valuable because of some stupid shit she said on the internet 10 years ago. Yet, Candace wants Nina Agdal to be so less valuable and Logan to feel so disrespected by this. But she gives Andrew Tate, a full-on fucking sex trafficker who admits to sleeping with a 15-year-old girl and pimping them out, multiple of them. And he only said this, he's been doing this up until 2022. And past that, and we have evidence of that, but she wants to give him a pass, and everybody should just forgive him, and he should be a role model for men to look up to, for boys to look up to. Logan Paul is like, he's like a YouTuber, and he's a UFC dude, I think, and then his fiance, or probably now wife, Nina Agdal, she was a model, and they met because he was trying to hire a model for a photo shoot or something. And Nina Agdal is his wife. She was a model, and I guess she made some videos of her talking about how horny she was in her bed, and she was I guess it was years ago when she was single, and she was like, oh my god, I just need some dick right now, I'm so horny, blah blah blah. And I guess she said a couple other kind of slutty whatever things, and now Candace is like, oh, Logan is a laughing stock, and now her value is decreased. I have a whole video on it.
Every man that she dates is going to say Dylan Danis has made her available to everyone, and
she's not dating anymore. She's fucking married because her husband knows who she is.
I had a camera, and she said it, and it lives forever. Right. And now every man that she dates is going to say Dylan Danis has made her available to everyone. And I hope things work out between her and Logan. But if you don't think that that's going to impact Logan, or that's not actively impacting him as a man, it is.
All right, actually, let's do this now. Let's see what Logan has to say about this himself.
Okay, go.
When you got married,
yeah,
I was dogging on you.
Why?
I was dogging on you. No, to you.
Yeah,
I don't know if you remember this.
Do you know what I'm saying?
We didn't think you were drinking.
We're drinking while you're training, bro.
Nah, typically not, but it's still, Dan. embarrass him. That's why I took the fight. I was like, okay, I know this guy's gonna promote the fight. John Fury's a legend. The whole press conference was crazy. Dylan hates me. I don't give a fuck about him. I think he's an excellent troll. I think he's very parasitic, which is why I'm honored that I get to be the one to like take him out and embarrass him. That's why I took the fight. I was like, okay, I know this guy's gonna promote the fuck out of it. People are gonna be interested because if he shows up, I get to be the one, and that excites me.
And you have no question what will happen if he shows up?
Nah, I don't. In fact, can I get a drink?
Yes, you can have a drink, my boy. Do you know what I'm saying? We're drinking while you're training.
Nah, typically not, but it's Dylan Dennis, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay. Listen,
You gotta back up all this talk, bro.
You know you're in New York, bro.
Yeah.
You might get the gap pulled up on you again, bro.
Yeah, he said that last time I was here.
You said it.
What?
You said that when you were on the pod, you were like, "Yo, Mike got the pistola."
Wait outside for
I think if I like this or not.
He's not gonna come up here beat up Schultz. Like, I feel like the gun consequences in New York are pretty serious.
They are pretty serious.
Yeah, it's fairly severe.
The Rock.
Hey, Harry, what's up? Cheers. I'm not drinking
You
right
hate the
now,
Illuminati. Dude, because sound of freedom, bro. Sound of freedom, dude.
Oh, you did?
You called me.
Oh, yeah?
Fuck, you did check in with me.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting to the part when they talk about the Nina Agdal situation.
What's the vibes? All right, listen. Hold on one second. So,
Okay, here we go.
is there any stress between you and Nina? What's the vibes?
Zero.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on.
Why? Let me ask you something. Why would there be stress between us? Andrew.
Come on, bro. Insulting the guest. Come on, bro.
Serious, dude.
Bro, I had to make sure the legs are also getting worked out. You know what I mean?
He's trying to be serious.
Chill, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Okay, I'll break your feet.
Yeah, don't do that to me.
Okay, so no stress between you guys.
What was that comment?
Milton! He asked me if I'm trisexual. Yeah. Milton, you better calm the fuck down, Milton. Get him some tequila, okay? No, for real. So no stress at all.
I'll tell you why. Me and Nina are so fucking open with each other. I knew she had long-term relationships her whole life. I knew some of them were very public.
Yeah.
She's been famous for her entire adult life, like 11 years. She's been paparazzi, so none of this surprised me. And
Yeah, she dated like Leonardo DiCaprio.
I know what kind of person she is. She knows what kind of person I am. And so, like, dog, you gotta understand, at one point I was the most hated person on the planet. Like, I've heard it all. I've seen it all. I'm so numb to it. I know who I am. I know who my girl is. I know we love each other. Some fucking internet troll posing as a fighter is not gonna get in between us.
But it has to bite.
Damn, it's so corny! but for real.
I thought that was good. I thought that was what you did was good just right there. I thought that was good. That was good.
It was believable.
But you called yourself out on it, so now I feel like we have to reflect it. But you were like Vivek Ramaswamy on the Republican.
Yo, Kevin just showed me this guy. He just showed me Vivek. Yeah.
Yo, shout out to Vivek, bro. We gotta have you on the
Shout out
pod.
Vivek.
So what happened is like they're fighters, right? He took a fight with this Dylan Danis dude, and I guess Dylan started posting pictures of Nina with different guys, like that she was just seen out with, like the paparazzi, and then he posted some clips of her saying like some kind of like slutty things, and it was things she said like 10 years ago, like really old clips, so it was before the fight, so Dylan is trying to post this shit to promote it, and to kind of like, I guess, like dog on Logan and be like, yo, your girl's a slut, blah, blah, blah. And people like Candace Owens eats it the fuck up and is like, oh yeah, Logan, he, that's really hurting him as a man now. Like, you heard what she said, right?
To him. And she had a camera and she said it, and it lives forever. Right. And now every man that she dates is going to say Dylan Danis has made her available to everyone. And I hope things work out between her and Logan, but if you don't think that that's going to impact Logan, or that's not actively impacting him as a man, it is.
Yeah, this is how it's impacting him.
Yeah. Anyway, so okay, all right, so you knew everybody she dated, right?
Dude, there's like 5 of them.
Well, that's the thing.
The pictures, if you look, they're just like repeat pictures, or half of them are.
Also, some bangers on there.
What are you talking about?
Like some good names on there.
Leo's impressive.
Come on, bro.
Gotta go Ross. I ain't gonna lie.
Leonardo DiCaprio is Nick Saban, bro. If you play football, you gotta go to Alabama. Come on, son. Like, that's the GOAT. You can't be upset about that.
I love Inception.
Thank you.
No, it's good, but she aged out, so now she's cut.
She got cut.
Yeah,
Did she? Wait, hold on. What is his age?
25.
And wait, did she stop at 25? Or did she go over? Because if she got over it, that's GOAT status right there.
I don't know.
If she made him break the rule, son.
Yo, she is a GOAT. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I didn't do my backtracking on that.
You didn't look too far into it?
Nah, but bro, these dudes, what he's done is, because she's been paparazzi'd for so long with like the same 3 to 5 long-term boyfriends, he's been able to then post pictures of her with everyone else.
And it makes it look as if
yeah. Because, bro, in all the pictures, he's posted 170 of her, by the way.
Whoa.
Creepy. First of all, dude, this dude's doing this to get at Logan. So he's attacking her fiance by posting pictures of her with guys that she's been seen out with, like with the paparazzi. You don't even know if they've been dating. You just especially don't know if they've had sex. And I just think that's such a low blow. It's like really fucking disgusting, in my opinion. And Logan clearly doesn't care because he knows his girl. He's marrying her. He loves her. And Candace Owens wants this to affect him so bad because the Manosphere will just gobble it all up. Oh, what a fucking whore. Yeah, Logan's a fucking simp if he marries her. Blah, blah, blah.
90% of them are either her gay friends, fans, or some like modeling shoot. So like, I don't know. I think if you're me and you're her and you know the truth, it's like, oh, all right, I get it. But if you're someone who doesn't know her, like why, and you don't like me,
oh, forget it. You're jumping on.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
That's a wrap.
Do you feel like he's gone too far, or do you respect the fight, bro?
Let me ask you something. Do you feel like he's gone too far?
If it was my wife, I would be personally offended. I wouldn't enjoy the experience, but I'm not a public-facing person.
Even the
like you
Thanksgiving
fighting. The Thanksgiving one, I would enjoy that. That would be funny. The alien one too. I like that one. I thought it was funny.
Her and alien?
Yeah, it was like a big inflatable alien. I was like, oh, that's a funny one.
That's funny.
Yeah, I like that.
I like the alien one. Actually, I showed her the alien. I said, did you fuck him?
And what she said?
She didn't fuck the alien.
Damn.
Definitely not.
Come on.
As far as I know.
I don't even think aliens got joints.
What do you mean?
Like I've never seen an alien with a joint.
Like knee or elbow joints?
No, like they don't have penises or they don't have.
See, like he's joking
they don't
about
have. They don't have.
But they enjoy anal. They be probing a lot. Yeah,
They
they do
do
anal.
Oh no! Yo, you gotta ask,
Did you
bro.
ask about that?
That's crazy.
Saying.
The aliens do that. Do.
Oh my god.
So
No, but
yeah.
it had to bother her a little bit because I know you're built for it, but she's not. And the double standard, in, like with men and women, like, come on.
That's the issue, my man.
That's what I'm saying.
Poor, innocent, bystander, third party, female, who has nothing to do with this fight other than being my fiance.
Yeah.
Never met
She promoting the hell out of it, bro. You can't do prenup after this. She's making so much money, bro. It's worth it. Yeah. No prenup? No nuppy? Come on, dog. No nuppy? Come on, dog. No nuppy. That's all I'm talking about. No nuppy.
No, I did say to her, I said, Nina, I gotta be honest, you're handling this shit like a warrior, and I will compensate you accordingly.
That's what I'm talking about.
With my winnings.
Yes.
You know, like no, she's never experienced like hatred in her life. All of a sudden, because she's linked to me, this is my fault.
Yeah.
I feel so bad, but she's strong as hell, dude. That's like, it's part of the reason, like how she's handling all of this, why I chose.
See, like I don't know this guy, right? I don't watch his podcast. I know a lot of people hate him, but like I believe him. I feel like he's being really honest right now. I don't see any ounce of insecurity or hurt in him at all. Like Candace Owens is really making it seem.
Her to be my fiance, I have stupid standards. I did my diligence. I know who this woman is. I love the fuck out of her. She's the person who I want to be the mother of my children. Her values are in line with mine. Her morals are fucking amazing. I learn from her. She inspires me. I could go on all day. And it's
Yeah, no, I love Andrew Schultz. He's great.
Green card? She needs a green card?
and honestly,
she would have got that already.
I think that's why she's settling for me. She's Danish.
That's why she's living in.
She's Danish. Her visa's expiring this year.
That's fire, dude.
Wow. Yeah.
That's right. Then that makes sense with the nuppy, bro. You can hit her with the.
Whoa!
Stupid.
Okay, so yeah, he's joking about it. You know, he's fine. He's chill. So this is a video I made about this particular topic. It's 4 minutes long, and we're gonna watch it. And this is Candace Owens. She appeared on the Patrick Bet David podcast. This one right here. And she brought up Nina Agdal again, like she did on the Whatever podcast. And in the same podcast, just a couple of minutes later, she also talks about Andrew Tate. So I cut the clips up and put them next to each other because I think they are just so ironic and just extremely hypocritical of her. And if there's one thing I hate the most, it is hypocrisy.
To watch clips of me.
That's when my name used to be Jane Gypsy. Okay, but pay attention, right? She starts off with, yeah, we'll just listen. Let me put this at normal speed.
To watch clips of me 11 years ago, I would be red. You can think a black girl go red. I couldn't even look. I wouldn't even want my husband to see it. So I feel your embarrassment.
Well, this
that's why a part of me when they were regurgitating these clips, I was like, this is so unfair. It's so unfair.
Okay, already. You know, if there were clips of me from 10 to 11 years ago, like, I would be so embarrassed. And so when I see people posting clips of you, Andrew Tate, from 10 or 11 years ago, it's so unfair. It's so unfair. First of all, those clips aren't from 10 to 11 years ago. It's proven 100% they aren't from 10 to 11 years ago. I have if you guys need fucking Andrew Tate evidence, I have a couple videos on that. Solid proof. I've read the fucking court file documents. I've read through the transcripts, the text messages. I've seen the evidence. It is fucking awful. And most of it comes from his own mouth. And there's text message evidence from him and Tristan, and the other two women, Georgiana and Luana. Anyways, okay, back into those.
And that's why a part of me when they were my husband to see it. So I feel your embarrassment.
Well,
that's why a part of me when they were regurgitating these clips, I was like, this is so unfair. It's so unfair to say I'm upset, and by and large, the stuff that you're saying today is not that. And so I think it's really. You got to be really careful if you're convicting somebody on who they were a decade ago. I actually loved Nina Agdal. I follow her on Instagram because I didn't know her youth until Dylan Danes just kind of dropped it. I knew her. I'm very into fitness, and she has this thing called like the Agdal method. And so I started following her. She was super pretty and doing all that stuff. And then obviously this battle between Logan and him got real, and he starts dropping this. And this is what I say to women, you know, unfortunately for her, she put on an entire record because it's popular to talk about cock and to be, you know, this is what I'm saying. It's like, this is a feminist simulation. Like, oh, it's hot to talk about your partners and talk about how you like cock and, you know, how you don't have a gag reflex. I mean, so crass. I had never seen these clips. So crass for her to say.
I have to fuck her so she obeys me. I don't give a shit about having sex with beautiful women. I fuck them so they listen to me. So I can get what I actually want, which is not them. It's a means to an end. Every single Bond girl was...
Okay, so these are clips of Andrew Tate from a couple years ago. At maximum 6 years ago. He's bald, so it's going to be closer. This is going to be closer to the 2019 range. 2019 to 2020 range. He had he pimped out girls on cam websites and had them working. Basically, he would take all their money. He controlled them, and lots of them were underage. It was very bad. He would groom them. It was terrible. Okay, so these are clips of him from less than 10 years ago, and he kept up doing this stuff until 2022. And Candace is talking about some explicit clips of Nina, shit she said, which is not even near half as bad as what Andrew Tate not only said, but physically did to women.
Exploited. That's exactly what I do. A Bond girl was exploited. That's exactly what I do. When I watch a Bond film and I see him basically pimp a bitch, to me that speaks to my heart. I've been there. I've done that. Anyone who's followed me long enough knows that I first made my $1 million with a webcam business. I have met beautiful women with a good personality and thought, she will make me money. I have to fuck this bitch. I want to have sex with her.
I mean, so crass. I had never seen these clips. So crass for her to say. If I had to watch clips of me 11 years ago, I would be red. You can think a black girl go red. I couldn't even look. I wouldn't even want my husband to see it. So I feel your embarrassment.
Well, that's
why a part of me when they were regurgitating these clips, I was like, this is so unfair.
It's so unfair. It's so unfair to judge Andrew Tate for shit he's literally been doing up until the cops raided his house for a second time in 2022, and sent him to jail. But Yeah, it's so unfair for people to judge him for that. But for Nina Agdal, you know, she lost all of her value.
And she did this because it's cool and it's relevant when you're young. And I was like, this is so unfair. You're embarrassed.
Well, this and this
that's why a part of me when they were regurgitating these clips, I was like, this is so unfair.
Why can't I hear anything?
And she did this because it's cool and it's relevant when you're young and in your 20s and you're a part of the free the nipple, you know, simulation. And then now it diminished her value. It did. Yeah. And that's the truth. Was Andrew Tate the perfect person who, you know, that in his...
Hold on, sorry, my headphones just went out. Let me go back a second.
To see it. So now it diminished her value. It did. Yeah. And that's the truth. Was Andrew...
So it diminished her value. These clips that she talked about, you know, liking, she loves to suck dick, you know, she's like fucking 20 years old or whatever. These completely diminish her value. But for Andrew Tate, it's so unfair for people to judge him for things that he was doing currently.
Tate, the perfect person who, you know, that in his past, this is no, he's got a lot of things in his past. And I said to him when I interviewed him, you know, I think he should just be forthcoming and have humility and admit the mistakes. And he did a little bit of that in the interview. He said, I showed him some old clips of himself and he genuinely was not happy to hear himself speak.
Yeah, right.
Genuinely.
Genuinely.
You could see it on his face, like embarrassed that this is who he was 10 years ago.
He made pro-atheist videos back then. And I'm very embarrassed of those.
Right.
I'm extremely embarrassed of the videos I would sit and say God is not real. In fact, I'm more embarrassed of those videos than any other video. Yeah, I wish those old videos didn't exist, but much more than those, I'm far more embarrassed about old videos I made that were anti-God. I feel genuinely bad about those, much worse than that.
Genuinely was not happy to hear himself speak.
Yeah, right.
He feels genuinely bad about his pro-atheist videos. Much worse than the camming, the talking about pimping women. He feels genuinely bad about that. And I love it jumps back to Candace being like, he was genuinely sorry. No, he fucking wasn't.
Videos didn't exist, but much more than those, I'm far more embarrassed about old videos I made that were anti-God. I feel genuinely bad about those, much worse than that.
Genuinely was not happy to hear himself speak.
Yeah, right.
Genuinely. You could see it on his face, like embarrassed that this is who he was 10 years ago.
You're speaking, people change, people can improve.
People can change. Let him change, because what an asset he would be, you know, to, he has these men that are following him.
Yes, Andrew Tate and his pimping hose degree, his PhD program is such an asset for young men.
Allow him to evolve, allow him to be sorry, allow him to make changes. And she did this because it's cool and it's relevant when you're young and in your 20s and you're a part of the free the nipple, you know, simulation. And then now it diminished her value. It did. Yeah. And that's the truth. I feel your embarrassment.
Well, this and this
that's why a part of me when they were regurgitating these clips, I was like, this is so unfair. It's so unfair to say I'm upset, and by and large, the stuff that you're saying today is not that. And so I think it's really, you got to be really careful if you're convicting somebody on who they were a decade ago.
The majority of my money wasn't made in fighting. My money was actually made in the pimp game. So legitimately as well, I say that, people think I'm making it up. It's true. So this is why I think I have a bit of a following on Twitter, because I have a unique resume. Like, there's a whole bunch of guys on Twitter, but not many, like world champion kickboxer, pimp, mafia associated criminal. Like, I've got all this stuff, and I was like, who is this dude? Like, surely it can't all be true. I'm like, it's all true.
Criminal, pimp, or what do you say? Pimp, mafia associated criminal. Oh, that's so unfair. That's so unfair for people to judge Andrew Tate for being a fucking self-admitted pimp. But Nina Agdal, who fucking talked about liking to suck dick and being horny 10 years ago, should lose all of her value and diminish her husband as a man. Okay. All right, sorry, let's get back into this.
So with women, it's a trade-off. First thing you said, forever, and she was really young, she's probably your age, and she had a camera and she said it, and it lives forever. Right. And now every man that she dates is going to say Dylan Danis has made her available to everyone. And I hope things work out between her and Logan, but if you don't think that that's going to impact Logan, or that's not actively impacting him as a man, it is.
So
It's not.
with women, it's a trade-off. First thing you said was,
Seriously, people tell me, you can comment if you're watching this on the replay, or like, did Logan seem impacted? Did he? Or did he seem like he feels strong in his relationship and he knows his fiance well enough to not give a fuck about the bullshit people posting old little clips of her, like her saying slutty things in her early 20s? Like, I don't think that diminished her value to him at all.
Money, this is about money.
And even if it did, then you should have the same exact feelings for Andrew Tate, who literally admits to pimping women in 2022. I have interviews of him in 2022, 2021, 2020 of him talking about actively running his webcam pimping business.
It's about money.
And sleeping with 15-year-olds, by the way.
But when it comes down to marrying these women, men just don't want it.
And that's exactly
in his 30s. Okay, sorry.
why I said that in this industry I'm single until I retire.
But it will still matter.
I don't plan on doing this or getting married or finding the love of my life until I retire.
Yeah.
Like, truthfully.
And
then
I
after
hope that you see what happened to Nina Agdal.
No. And then after that, I will be honest and truthful with the person that I will be getting.
Nina Agdal didn't even do sex work. She literally just made some stupid fucking Instagram post or TikTok or something.
Married to or whatever, and it'll be up to him to accept that, right? So,
and I'm just saying that men's
decision.
natural proclivity is to not accept that because it brings them shame.
Hey, Tate, can you just fuck the fuck off? Go fuck yourself in your own ass.
Men are biologically
remember to like the video though.
Proud creatures.
I understand, but not everybody can be like.
No, I know. I'm not. I'm just telling you what is happening and why people are. I'm just talking about cultural events, the Agdal thing, and if you look at people like Emily Ratajkowski, she's obviously hot, but this is a woman who's now trying to make divorce chic, and I think that the understanding is in Hollywood is, sleep with her and move on. She's not marriage material. Her husband, when he had her, cheated on her.
Well, Nina Agdal clearly is, because she's fucking married now. And I don't know why you want her to not be so badly.
Because they didn't have that thing. I feel like I've slept with the girl. I've seen her naked so many times.
Yes, I'm feeling very
so there's
swooned.
nothing special about Sebastian here marrying her because we've all seen her naked. There's nothing sacred in that relationship. And I'm just speaking on telling you.
I hate that too. Look, I get it. And I don't blame any man who doesn't feel comfortable dating a woman who, posts nudes or slutty pictures or does sex work. I completely understand why somebody would be uncomfortable with dating a woman who does that. And I hold no ill feelings towards a guy whose boundaries are, I don't want to date a woman who does sex work or post like inappropriate pictures of herself or something like that. But for people that are okay with that, for guys who are okay if their girlfriend posts on OnlyFans, or for guys who date strippers or something like that, that doesn't mean that their marriage or relationship has no sacredness to it. It doesn't diminish their connection or the sacredness of their marriage and their love or their sex at all. I hate this idea. I think it's so stupid.
This is why women struggle to get married when they've made themselves available on OnlyFans, because other men don't want to share. They don't want to share their wife. They maybe will share their girlfriend. They might think it's fun to date a stripper for a little bit. They might think, oh, this means I'm going to have sex 12 times a day. But then when it gets down to just their biological instinct, it's actually quite embarrassing for them as a man, because they can look up your girl and here she is, So that's what I think is happening.
Yeah, I'm just curious about your opinion on this, because I've seen like a couple of people in like Redpill spaces, like Tate's or people similar to that, talking about how they should marry a young woman. Would you agree or disagree that that might not be the most like rational course of action
To marry a young woman? What do you mean by
Yes. That I hear a lot of men talk about how a woman inherently loses value as she gets older, and that's why that they should seek out young women.
Well, I live in the South, and a lot of people get married young, and I think it's really beautiful and wonderful. They preserve this sort of innocence. I have people that work for me that want.
Damn it! I missed 1, 2, 3, 4. Fuck! I saw 1, 2, 3, 3. Damn it! I was so close.
Want to get married at 22, they drop out of school. So I don't think there's anything wrong with marrying when you're young.
Wait, what is she talking
about? How a woman inherently loses value as she gets older, and that's why that they should seek out young women.
Well, I live in the South, and a lot of people get married young, and I think it's really beautiful and wonderful. They preserve this sort of innocence. I have people that work for me that want to get married at 22. They drop out of school. So I don't think there's anything wrong with marrying when you're young. I'd have to see the full context of what they're talking about, because I do think, obviously, the longer you wait, and especially in this society that's creating the simulation that sexuality equates to freedom when it doesn't, that what he might be suggesting is that the longer a woman runs free, the more partners that she's gathering, and her worth is being diminished. And I think that there is some veracity to that. But if it's said in a way that sounds a little crass, like seek out younger women because they're not as used, and I can see why people would be offended by it, but that might be underpinned by a little bit of logic. So I'd have to see the clip in its entirety.
Yeah, the reason why I'm asking is because in general, I think men do have a biological proclivity. I can't pronounce that word. Proclivity. To seek out like youth and beauty. But I also think when it comes to like settle down, you want a mother who's going to be responsible and good towards.
This is the second $100 super chat this dude sent. Dude, the Whatever podcast makes so much money off of like brain dead dudes who just fucking pay $100 and $200 a piece to fucking try to like insult these women as if they give a shit. It's so funny. Oh God. When I first started watching this shit, I wanted to make a podcast so bad. I wanted to do a Fresh and Fit, but like reverse it and just like ask a bunch of random dudes from like frat houses and like just like online, be like, hey, come to my studio, we'll sit around a table and I'll have all of these like statistics laid out and this like questioning lines, like lined up questioning to like do gotchas, and then have an audience of like 10,000 women just like laughing and mocking these dudes in the chat. Like, I mean, I would honestly like feel bad, but like I don't know, it would just be so easy to do. And I think it's really funny that podcasts like this, like Whatever and Fresh and Fit, never have men on their podcast, and when they do, they're like very established, like successful, like podcasters who are used to speaking to an audience and pretty intelligent. They're not everyday regular guys. Like, they have these women that come on their show. They don't bring regular everyday dudes on the show because they know they would look just as stupid as the girls do. And I also think it's kind of fucked up because they're supposed to be men self-help and helping men, right? Why don't you help the regular dudes get recognition and put them on your podcast? Help get their name out there and spread their social media or spread their small business. Yeah, I already contacted Chris from Fresh and Fit, and he already okayed me to come on the podcast. So next time I'm in Florida, and me and my boyfriend are planning on going to Disney World sometime in the near future. So when I'm down there, I'm going to try to get on the Fresh and Fit podcast, but I've been looking forward to that for a while. I will have a whole notebook with me ready to go with stats and statistics, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know, Myron's smart, but he's also kind of like a broken record. He kind of just repeats the same thing. So I think a lot of women who go on the Whatever or Fresh and Fit don't watch the podcast, so they probably don't know what's coming. I would do Whatever podcast, but they're all the way in California, and that's a bit of a hike for me. So, I would do it, but it's just a little far.
Your children. So I think the idea that like men seek out beauty is true, but I also think men seek out a level of like responsibility and maturity that only comes with age. So I was just curious because of the other stuff I've heard from people.
And also it's like sex is just sex. Like it's just sex. And
Just
when you have a partner, you have an emotional connection with them. And so like the guy on your last podcast, he was on here a few days ago, he was saying how like for men, sex is just sex. But like spending time with a woman and like buying her things and like going on trips with her is like different than
buying her things?
Having sex with just random people.
What?
And that's why they were like in an open relationship or whatever.
Can I just have you scoot your mic that way?
I don't know what this woman's talking about. I think that's bullshit. I think sex can be just sex for both genders. And yeah, I do think it's more common for guys to have casual sex, easier than women probably. But to be honest, I know a couple of friends of mine who've had friends with benefits and they had to stop because the guys end up getting attached and she had to dip. A couple different female friends of mine that happened to. So I don't know. I think guys, just because of the social stigmas and stuff, they tell themselves like, oh yeah, like I don't care about sex, blah blah blah. I just want to have sex, and I love it. I fucking love this. How they always put out there, like all these podcasts always say shit like, oh, you know, women are so easily brainwashed and they just do whatever TikTok tells them to do, and they're so easily manipulated by society. You know, they're not self-thinkers. They're just sheep. Women are just sheep, and it's funny because like I just think that that's relevant for both genders, and people who don't see that men do the same thing. These fucking podcasts are a perfect example of it. They all just repeat the same shit from each other, and none of it is original at all. They just repeat the same fucking talking points, the same statistics, which half the time are fucking misinterpreted, misread, or just wrong, flat out wrong, and they spread the same shit without like fact checking each other. And then it's like lots of guys just think they want a bunch of sex because that's what society tells them, and you know, it's the same thing. Like it happens the same thing with women. Women do the same thing. They say like, oh yeah, hookup culture is cool, and then women go have do hookups and shit. But if you guys don't think that men are easily influenced by the media and stuff, look at fucking car commercials, and like they use hot women to advertise to men all the time. Sports, cars, man caves, like shoes, watches, like whatever. Like it happens for men all the time too. And these podcasts are a perfect example of how men can become easily brainwashed, just like women can. First off, it takes a work of art as a dude to get laid consistently. Sure. I feel like Riz or whatever is kind of, if you're like an average guy and you have good charisma, I think that's like probably the key, especially if you're funny. Do you live stream on Kick and Twitch as well? Would you ever make an OnlyFans to talk to your own fans and people and make and post your own content in the future? No. I don't know why I would have to make an OnlyFans. I would consider doing what's that thing? What do the streamers have? And it's like a subscription thing. Oh shit. God damn it. You can like subscribe, and it starts with a P, I think. I don't know, but I wouldn't do it OnlyFans. But I do have a Kick, but I've never streamed from it, and I don't want to go on Twitch because they fucking ban everybody for everything, and I don't feel like having to like watch what I say as much. So YouTube seems to be a little bit chiller. But yeah, right now I'm only on YouTube. Fuck, I can't think of the word. I'll try to... Patreon. That's it. Yeah. Thank you. Patreon. I would consider getting a Patreon, but... yeah. You grew up in a brothel? Wow. That sounds crazy.
A little bit. Yeah, perfect.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't say that like swapping DNA is like just sex. I mean, a man leaves a piece of himself inside of you.
But man, that's the way they think. And like for women, we get attached to them emotionally, having sex with them.
Which is why it's more of a, when women have a lot of partners, it is different. It's
Men, I think we should really stop spreading this too, that men having sex with a bunch of different women doesn't affect them at all. It does. Okay, first of all, it's just like, it's like a pornography addiction. I just think it's the same. Like, honestly, like I think it might be easier for guys to have casual sex because, just historically, women have been so shamed for being sexually, having casual sex and stuff like that. So it's like an ego thing because society makes us feel used up, or like it's not sacred anymore. And shit like that. So I think it's harder, losing like your virginity and stuff. It's just it's like, oh my God, like you're the cream of the crop if you're a virgin on your wedding day. Like, it's fucking weird. So we have all that societal bullshit. I think that's the only reason why it's harder for women. But guys who just like have casual hookups all the time, I think that's just as mentally damaging. And probably unhelpful for future relationships. You can get addicted to sex. You can get addicted to just wanting sex with different women all the time. It can damage your relationship. It could lead to more cheating or more probability of cheating. Yeah, promiscuity does in fact affect men as well. Total lie to say it doesn't. I agree. Yeah, I don't know how I would make money on OnlyFans if I'm not doing like sex work. I don't know what people would pay for it. It's just the same shit I'm doing here, so.
It is worse in a way, and people don't want to admit that, but because we are more emotional, there is an attachment. It isn't just sex for women. I think women are damaged by those relationships. Women like to think, because of the social simulation, that it can just be sex, it's whatever. Non-committal, the only people that benefit from that lie are men. It is not great to have sex and have a man not call you back. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't matter if a BuzzFeed article says it does. I had a wonderful weekend and this is why I had sex and didn't worry about it. You feel used, and especially I would say if you're not a sex worker and a man does that and never calls back, and you don't even have money to show for it, I think it diminishes your self-worth even more than your worth to a man.
The reason why I say sex is because in our line of work we see it as transactional, right? Especially when we're working, and then at the end of the day they go home to their wives or whatever, right? And it's like you're emotionally being there for them and taking care of them and doing all this, that, or the other.
And like, I totally get what Candace is saying. I do think the encouragement of hookup culture is unhealthy. I don't think it's good for women. I don't think it's good to encourage like slut behavior just for the sake of it, like just to be like as like a social statement or for power, or anything like that. But what I do think is healthy is, or just okay, what I think is acceptable and okay and not dirty or wrong, is for women to, have sex with somebody, if she likes him and they get along and they have sexual chemistry, and it doesn't always have to be a super serious relationship. I don't think that's wrong to experiment a little bit if it's literally for the sake of like, I like this person and we have sexual chemistry and we're gonna have sex, and I don't know like if he's gonna be my boyfriend or something, but like he's treating me respectfully and I'm young or whatever. I don't think that's wrong. And I do think it can be healthy for women to get in touch with their sexuality and understand their body and chemistry with men and stuff. But again, that is severely different from just sleeping with guys for the straight fact of like, I'm gonna sleep with a bunch of guys because, you know, I'm gonna have my hot girl summer, or I feel powerful using sex to get a bunch of men and like brag about it. Like that obviously I think is very unhealthy, but I don't think it's wrong for women to experience or experiment with occasional casual sex with someone, even if she knows or doesn't intend on having a serious relationship with that person. If she feels sexually inclined to and she feels comfortable, and they're having a good time, I don't think that's wrong. I think it can even be healthy. And same for men. I think that's how casual sex should work. I don't think there should be any like pressure from society telling people like, oh, you're cool if you sleep with a fucking, you know, start stacking the numbers and the list and whatever like that. Like I don't think that's healthy. But I also don't think it's, I just don't, I wouldn't ever shame a woman for having a hookup or like casually dating a guy and sleeping with him when they have chemistry, they're getting along, and they're enjoying each other's company, and maybe they're just not in the right place to be dating right now, but they're just enjoying each other for the time. I don't think that's unhealthy, and I wouldn't shame women for that.
So then sex clearly isn't just sex, it's also emotional. It can be.
Yes. It can be, yes. But I was saying, according to the guy that he had on the last podcast, he said that for men, sex is just sex.
Well,
and that
I disagree with the idea that sex.
Yeah, Fresh and Fit will say fucking, for men, sex is just a handshake. If sex is just a fucking handshake, why do you want it so badly? Why do you care about it so much? Why is that like the most important part of your fucking life? If it's just a fucking handshake.
Sex doesn't harm, or casual sex wouldn't harm a man or does harm women, or that sex is just sex. I think a lot of people tell themselves that, but I think it can like lead to a lifestyle of just like pure hedonism, whether you're like a man or a woman, and that can be like dangerous because then you're losing, you know, sight of other things that you value or other aspects of life. So I don't really think like I think for some people that can be true, but I think for the majority of people, like there's a reason why a lot of people are only into monogamy, or why that's been like the norm for a lot of cultures, and I think most people are a little bit hardwired to kind of seek out those intimate relationships. And I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I think that's how most people are, where casual sex can be harmful.
And I think it can definitely be harmful for men. I want to be clear. I'm saying that it's different for men and it's different for women, but I don't agree with the statement sex is sex.
We agree with
sex
something.
And it's natural to
we agree
be
on
like
something.
attracted to a lot of different people. You know what I mean? So it's like,
but that comes with self-control. I think attraction is one thing, and acting on those needs or wants by sleeping with multiple people. I don't understand that.
Did you want to come in on this?
Okay, yeah, and that's the same for men.
What do you mean?
Like,
I don't understand
not
why
in
would
response
you...
to her, but
okay.
just the...
In general?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the idea that sex is just sex. When I was younger, I definitely had a lot more, you know, like casual sexual relationships, not one-night stands or anything by that measure, more like situationship. And as I got older, you know, my views on it kind of changed, and, you know, you do feel differently when, like you were saying, it doesn't feel good to hook up with somebody and not have them call you back.
Do you like watching Hassan, Destiny, and Vosh? I definitely don't like watching Hassan. I don't like that dude at all. I definitely don't like Vosh either. I think he's a creep, but I like Destiny. I typically agree with his takes. I think he's entertaining. I think he's smart and good at debating. Candace Owens rocks. Fuck all Democrats. Cool.
So I actually was celibate for about 2 years before I met my partner, doing OnlyFans and everything else.
Your current partner?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't sleeping with anybody. I like stuck to it very hard because I just didn't really like the feeling of sleeping with somebody and then getting an emotional attachment to them. So I think that certain people, because everybody is different, I don't think that it's that black and white. But I think to some people and to some women and to some men, casual sex really is just sex, whether they're leaving DNA or not. I think that there are people that do actually feel that way because I've met women that are like that. But for me, it is not that simple. And I don't think that it's that simple for most women.
Can I raise a possibility just because it's something that I've sort of seen? So I do think it's possible that for some people, sex may be detached from romantic emotions with that person, but I do think there may always still be an underlining psychological part there of at least an ego boost, at least some sort of like grab for validation, some sort of grab for.
I do think there's a lot of women who use promiscuity for validation, self-validation, and because they've been hurt by men and they feel used by men for sex. So they tell themselves, well, if I feel empowered by sex, my sexuality, then men can't use me for sex, right? Because that's what I want. I want the sex. I want to use men for sex. And I've seen women do this. And it is sad because it can, I think women who do take it too far, usually maybe they're just like literal kind of like sex addicts and they just like that stuff, which like, you know, kudos to them, whatever. But lots of women do it from a hurt place, which is sad. But yeah, again, I do think there is a healthy way to have casual sex that isn't shameful, and it is totally okay and normal for young people to experience. Do you like watching Xander Hall, Keffels, and Hunter Avalone? I don't know who those people are. I've heard of Keffels. I've never watched her stream though. And tomorrow I might stream. I'm going to the shore on Monday, so it was my birthday yesterday. So if I'm not too busy packing, and oh yeah, I have my parents coming over too, or my mom is coming over. My mom and her boyfriend are coming over tomorrow. So yeah, I might stream tomorrow night. I'm not sure yet, but I do have my next stream planned. It's going to be on sexual assault allegations, false allegations, and reporting and stuff like that. So that'll be the next stream that I do when I do it.
Emotional intimacy, even if you're telling yourself, I'm just doing this because having casual sex is empowering and sex is just sex. I think even in most of the cases where people genuinely believe they're just having sex because it's sex, if they ask themselves a little further, why am I really doing this?
No, he doesn't.
Is it perhaps just, to placate my ego, or for some sort of male validation, or for some sort of like intimacy or connection because maybe I'm not getting it romantically otherwise, in a more like serious relationship? I would also press for that as a possibility, even in those cases of people who genuinely do think for themselves that sex is just sex.
Well, I mean, I guess we can look to the people that do it professionally.
This is the third $100 this man has fucking super chatted in. And all three of them have been attempts to insult the women on the panel. What specific steps will you take to ensure that your daughter does not become one of the women sitting on the panel right now?
Feel that there's some underlying male validation in your work?
I'm going to baptize my daughter and send her to church and make sure she becomes a high-value woman, and I'm going to set her up in an arranged marriage with a Catholic man who's probably a groiper and a Nick Fuentes fan, and yeah.
Work or no?
I find it very meaningful. I find it meaningful when couples come in and they want to work on something. They're working on a goal. Maybe he's got a mental block and we're working on that. The gentleman that comes in that's having issues with erectile dysfunction and he's trying to troubleshoot that, and we actually create success for him. It's meaningful to me.
Wait, just one point of clarification. So you're a sex therapist?
As sex workers, we're basically sex
therapists. I don't have a counseling degree. I have a master's degree in education.
We have an article. You recently kind of went viral. Nick, can you pull up the article? New York Post. New York Post. I'm a sex therapist.
Yes.
I sleep with clients to save marriages.
Oh my gosh! I didn't realize you were this person. I did see.
Did you reacted to this, or you saw
almost
it?
did, but I'm here.
You're here now. So,
Perfect.
Nick, can you pull up the article really quick?
Yeah.
One more. Sex therapist Olivia Bentley. Wait.
Candace Owens should agree with this because Andrew Tate said the same thing. He said that his OnlyFans, his bitches that he pimped out were basically sex therapists. They're basically therapists for these men. So, Candace Owens should agree with this. What is your opinion about the men's rights movement? And have you heard of shoe on head? No, I've not heard of that. Shoe head thing. My opinions about the men's rights movement. I have no. Sorry, Harry, that wasn't coming at you or any religious person. Groypers are Catholic, I think, or they're at least religious. So like all groypers are religious, but not all religious people are groypers, right? I think that's how that would work. Sorry, that wasn't supposed to be any personal attack towards anybody besides Candace Owens, and groypers. But yeah, I have no problem with men's rights activism, and I do think there's a place for it. I think it's totally valid. I think some family court issues, domestic violence issues, things like this, sexual assault, rape, sexual assault, men, like Men Too and stuff. I think all of that is really good, in areas where men can strive or men can, need some help and stuff like that. And also like in early education, and things like that. I know there's some problem in the education system for boys because of the way they develop. So I have no problem with it, but I think a lot of the men's rights activists who are out there, some of the bigger names, are not very activating. No, they're not very helpful. I don't think they're beneficial to the movement. In fact, I think they're just the opposite. I think they're harmful to the men's movement. And that's why I think a lot of this, all of these old gender norms and gender tropes of men and women, I think it can be harmful to men because it does revert back to these days of where men can't be victims, and it reverts back to days where women wouldn't be working, so then there's like alimony involved again like only 8% of divorces have alimony. Women get alimony anymore, or it might just be everybody. I'd have to double check that, but I know it's 8% of either women in divorces or 8% of all divorces. Alimony is granted by the judge or whatever. But yeah, so I think a lot of these old gender stigmas can actually hurt men, because there are lots of men victims, domestic violence victims. There are lots of sexual assault victims who are male, and there's women who can abuse the family court system against men. So when we have
takes a hands-on approach with her clients by sleeping with them. I've saved.
I don't know how that happened. So yeah, so some of these old tropes I just think can be harmful towards men, and I think a lot of the men's right activists, the loud voices, the loudest voices aren't helpful. Aren't helpful for male right activism. I agree with you. Can you do a live stream reaction next time to It's Complicated channel and Roma Army? They talk about men and women and feminism and stuff. Comment a link. Send me a link in the comment section to the video you want me to react to, and I'll look into it and possibly react to it. I do take recommendations, so just send me like a link to the actual video.
To marriages, the Boise, Idaho native told Kennedy News, calling her work life-changing. I get physically involved with the majority of the people I see. I think that's part of the appeal. The veteran sex worker who spent 15 years in the industry claims that women have asked her to demonstrate sex acts on their husbands, while some wives grant their eager hubbies a hall pass to pay Bentley a visit. Good times.
Yeah.
Is that pretty accurate? I mean, so you save marriages by having sex with the husband?
Well, I think the tabloids went a little crazy.
Oh, they,
with
okay,
the whole,
okay.
But
New York Post is known to.
Yeah.
Okay.
They really, went wild with it. But I do help a lot of couples that come in. One right now is asking me to lend a hand, and he's more of a beta, and she'd like him to be more of an alpha, and she wants me to work with him on being more just outwardly in control and aggressive in the bedroom, things like that. There's a lot of different psychological needs and reasons why people would want to come and work with professional sex worker.
Sure. Candace, it seemed like maybe you had something.
I think
on
it's the
this.
most outrageous thing I've ever heard. It's so in the realm.
It's an amazing quote,
dragons
Harry.
And
Love it.
mythological creatures that it's hard to respond to. The idea that she's saving marriages, it's just.
You're in disbelief.
I'm actually in utter
disbelief.
disbelief that she is saving marriages.
Here's another example.
Sure.
Okay. So and this has been, there's multiple clients that do this, where the wife will not have sex anymore. She went and said, look, during when they were courting each other, she was down for sex. She was a sexual person. She was all about it. Then let's fast forward, they're married. We're married now, contract solidified. I don't want to have sex anymore. Ew, oral sex is gross. Oh, that's demeaning if you're asking me to do that.
So you're not saving marriages, you're helping people to keep up a farce that they are in a marriage. Because at the very moment that you let someone else into your marriage, it's no longer a marriage.
No.
Yeah.
And
these
these women,
women
turned around and said, I will allow you to see a professional.
So they are not in a marriage. That's the
well,
point.
They're
As
married.
soon as you lend some of their wives are like dying from cancer and this, that, and the other. And
if I'm dying from cancer and my husband goes to sleep with somebody, I swear to God.
Their wives are the ones that come.
Hold on, just one at a time, please. Go. Candace, were you?
I just would like to make the point that at the very moment that you loan your spouse out, especially if you're dying of cancer so that they can get off, you're no longer in a marriage. So it's just a farce. It's like it's a comical, you're pretending for people that you're in a marriage, that you're in a loving relationship. That's not what a marriage is. So to say that I help marriages, no, you help destroy marriages, and they can go out and say that we're still married because what we've done is we've essentially said, you take care of this aspect of the marriage. It's like saying, you raise the kids, you have sex with him. This isn't a marriage. It's the whole thing is fake, right?
What do you think that they should do? What do you think that
they should work on their marriage together? The union between a husband and a wife should work on their marriage together to fix it. You don't bring out an outside person to sleep with your husband or your wife.
But if she's saying, I'm not down for sex,
then she might be down for a divorce.
I want to outsource the sex.
What if she's going to die from cancer and
she
she wanted him and she allowed him to do that because he needed to get off some way or shape?
While she was dying of cancer, one of the last things on her mind was,
this is a real life. This is a real life. This is a real life. Yeah, this was a real.
That's just wild. That's just fucking wild. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. So I know of a couple. They were like 11 years apart, right? She was like 11 years younger than him. And they were married for many, many years. And this man, he was like a veteran. He was literally in like medical books because he had so many different combinations of medical issues, and they were so extreme. He was literally like in fucking medical books because they were like, what the fuck, dude? How do you have all these different issues? So eventually, he died fairly, like, relatively young. I'm going to say in his like late 60s. So pretty young. And he knew he was dying. Him and his wife knew he was dying. And they had a friend. They had a male friend who was closer to the wife's age. And he was friends with both of them. Very close friend. He was always around. And people would kind of speculate, like, what's up with I'm just going to give him a random name. Let's call him Randy. And let's call the woman Shirley. What's up with Randy and Shirley? They're kind of flirtatious, but that's kind of how her personality is, and he's a very like charismatic guy too. So, maybe they're all super close friends. Like maybe that just is what it is. And as he starts getting closer, and it's they know he's certainly gonna die. She starts. Well, I guess maybe she didn't. I don't know if they started getting together. Hey, Without Lies, welcome back. I don't know if they started getting together until after he officially died, or they did it before so, but apparently he had consented to their relationship. And, we were kind of like confused about this, like, because from one perspective, I can see if you really love your wife and you know you're going to die, and she's a lot younger than you, and there's this other man who's around her age, and you know him, you're very close to him, and you know he's a good guy, I can kind of see maybe you would have some kind of consent there, like, okay, well, I know my wife is going to be taken care of after I pass. I know this guy, he's a good friend of mine. But at the same time, it's also like just kind of weird. It's like, was he really okay with that, or was he just okay with that for the sake of his wife, to make her feel better? I still don't know. He's passed now. Rest in peace. He was a really cool dude. Served in pretty badass guy.
Bro, you're
yeah, I don't know. It is kind of a strange situation. But at the same time, like, I can kind of understand it. But this shit, his wife's dying from cancer, so her dying wish is for her husband to sleep with a prostitute. Yeah, so what's fucked up with friends like that? Who needs enemies? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. So, yeah, there's that story anyways.
Asking you. And is that what he told you?
Yeah. So
that his wife is dying of cancer, wanted him to come have sex with you?
Not with me. This is, from what I've heard, yes.
Somebody told you that as a dying wish, my dying
so
wife
how would
said,
you
please
want
go
that?
have sex with the prostitute.
I saw it on TikTok.
I'm just going to call bullshit on that altogether.
No,
I just don't
because
think
it does
you're
happen.
dying of cancer,
It happens.
going through leukemia.
People will literally bring their guys here.
Okay, I agree with Candace on this. Were his complex medical issues suspected to be associated with Agent Orange exposure in Vietnam? That's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't know, but I do think I'm pretty sure, I could be making this up, but I don't think I am, but I think some of his health issues were from serving in the Army. Also, he was a painter as well, so being around the paint fumes, I think also he was also like a heavy smoker and drinker too. But yeah, that's a good question.
Please bring them on the podcast.
I just want to say that
it's scenario I've ever heard in my life.
There's
a lot of crazy shit.
There's marriage counseling where they can take you through sex therapy where you don't have to sleep with somebody else. If it's about a woman not wanting to have sex anymore, what's the underlying reason? Are her hormones messed up so she's not wanting to be sexually active? Is there not enough foreplay when they're having sex? Like, there's other avenues you can take for sex therapy.
Couples counselors.
Yes. Real couples counseling.
Like regular.
Where you try to solve the problem and you release it and you don't just source it out to a prostitute.
Go ahead.
The cancer thing is crazy.
The
cancer thing is crazy. But outside of that,
it.
I don't think that it's up to any of us what constitutes a marriage, because every relationship is different.
Well,
so
the Bible.
If a husband, okay, but
these words have meaning.
Not everyone is religious.
Well, wait, hold on. Is that a cross necklace?
It doesn't constitute, like, what do you
Wait,
got?
okay, really quick.
Not everybody's
Since
religious.
we're talking about religion really quick. Okay, you have a cross necklace, but then your shirt says "Made in Hell."
Yes, it does.
I'm a little confused.
Ironic.
Can you...
No, you're fucking not, Brian. No, you're not. Come on, shut the fuck up.
I'm a little confused.
The stone is red, so it matched,
Why are you wearing a cross on your neck?
Are you color coordinating with your necklace?
Because I don't see a cross as religious, so...
Okay. Just like you don't see a marriage as religious.
I don't think that a marriage...
have a meaning, which is why it's like we're out of stage. People are like, what is a woman? Because they just go, well, we're going to call it a marriage, but we're going to sleep with other people. We're going to bring in prostitutes. We're going to outsource raising the kids, or we're never going to have kids. You're calling it a family. It's not a family, and this is what it is. The words have no meaning, right? I'm wearing the cross. Why? I don't know. I don't think of it as religious. Okay, well, Jesus Christ died on the cross.
You think that.
That's what you think.
Wait.
That's
It's
what
been
you
proven.
think. So why are you wearing the cross?
Sex
Because I think it's
worker is
cute.
a
I
more
think that the design is cute.
better
Wait,
term.
real
I
quick.
grew up
Hold on.
Catholic. I was religious, and I'm not
Prostitution.
anymore. I don't have to believe in what you believe, and I can say that if
I didn't
somebody's-
say you had to believe. I asked you a question.
But
I
you're
said, why are
telling
you
me,
wearing the cross?
Okay, and you're saying that the religious aspect of marriage is the only thing that matters. It's not, because people don't follow what you believe.
Okay, I asked you why you're wearing the cross, and you said because you thought it was cute.
Yeah,
I'm
and I
glad
did.
we got an answer. She's wearing the cross around her neck because she thinks it's cute.
I do.
Would
I'm
you
not religious.
also wear like a Star of David?
It's cute.
As well, like if it was cute, would you wear
Well,
it?
okay, well, I
I just
don't
mean
know
like
where we're going
I'm
with this.
asking that because I wonder.
Well,
like
I
my
have-
guess is that you would think that maybe you wouldn't wear a Star of David because you're like, oh, this is maybe like disrespectful to people who are.
Are you making the
Jewish.
argument? Maybe. I mean.
No, I'm just.
The secular.
It's a very
here,
good question.
I'm just saying.
Devil's advocate here. Secular argument. Someone might just say that the cross is just maybe it's more aesthetically pleasing even for an atheist. I don't know.
Sure,
I
but
don't know.
liberals
Okay,
are all
what?
about like having
Would you wear
respect
the
and
yarmulke?
tolerance.
It's,
So
like,
I'm just
cute.
like wondering if you
I'm
think
asking,
it's.
would you wear a yarmulke?
I think those are very
Oh, are
different
you talking
things.
like
Why is the
blasphemy?
cross
saying
different from the yarmulke?
I'm just.
I mean, I was
asking-
raised Catholic, and that's just
Would
not
you
something
wear
that
a
I believe
yarmulke if
anymore.
you thought it was
No,
cute?
I wouldn't. I mean, a yarmulke is completely different than
No,
a cross
it's
that's been
not.
adapted
They're
into
different
You can buy a
symbols of,
cross
like, a
necklace anywhere.
It is completely different. It's like almost like wearing a rosary or something. It's like you're not supposed to do. Like, I feel like that's disrespectful. I have seen people wear the Star of David. I don't even think they knew it was a Star of David. They just thought it was a symbol. She grew up Catholic. Like, I personally don't really feel comfortable wearing crosses. That's just me. I also just like don't like it because I'm not Christian. But you know, this is pretty normal. People wear crosses to be either ironic or they have some kind of relationship with the symbolism of Christianity, whether it to be ironic and you know, a little bit spiteful, I guess you could say. But she didn't grow up Jewish, so it's a little. I'm just gonna say, like, it's a little different. And she did grow up Catholic, and now she's no longer Catholic, and she's wearing a cross. So she obviously has some kind of personal relationship with the symbols of Christianity. So I think it's a little different. But again, I have seen people wear the Star the Star of David. But yeah, I personally just like don't feel comfortable with it, but like some people do. I did have a ring. I had a ring that had a cross on it one time. It was actually from, I get like all my jewelry from the same jeweler. Oh, and then I had I did have one necklace. Oh God, this was such a fucking cool necklace. It had a cross on it, but it was like supposed to be the house of Juliet, and it had like palm trees. It had a cross. It had like a lion's head at the top, and I'm a Leo. So I had a necklace like that. It was really fucking cool though. I'll try to find a picture of it. But yeah, typically I don't wear crosses to be aesthetic, but I mean, yeah, people do it.
There's symbols of a religious... the argument of why it's different basically would come down to like how Catholicism has been practiced versus Judaism, in the sense that like Catholics did use the cross symbol, tried to emplace it like in indigenous populations, tried to spread it as much as possible, and that's why in modern day a lot of people think that's like more okay, because it was meant to be popularized. It was meant to be a symbol that the masses should look up to and should see in general, versus Jewish symbols.
Okay.
I would argue didn't go through that.
I think we're kind of derailing a little bit.
Yeah.
You wanted to come in. Go ahead.
Yes. So back to the interesting brothel stories.
it's a
I wanted to say
Capulet
we
house,
do
right?
actually have men coming in with their
Capulet.
parents. Yeah, this actually
their
happens.
Wait.
So I had a time where a guy came in with both his parents all the way from England to come to the Mustang Ranch because he wanted to lose his virginity.
Wait, is this
And
really
his
where we left
parents,
off? I'm just not following.
And his parents
the relation to our
paid
previous.
for him to have sex with legal prostitutes.
Hurrah!
I want your stance on that because what's your stance on that?
And if I may,
and wait,
nowadays,
can I just say
like
that
we,
for me,
we
I
usually
enjoyed the
call it
experience.
sex workers, not prostitutes.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
well,
I'm sorry, wait.
Prostitute.
Yeah, it's because they keep.
But
It's because they keep.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah, you said prostitute.
sex worker, prostitutes a
Is
little
it
bit more.
question? Is it
demeaning.
like a? Is
Well,
it,
she said that at the
is
beginning
it
of the show.
offensive?
Legal
Yeah,
prostitute.
she said legal prostitute.
Yeah.
Is I don't want to offend anybody. Is prostitute like a?
It's old school. It's still on the books, like on Nevada's books. But like the hipper way to say it is sex worker.
But here's the thing with sex workers.
Personally,
that can
you can call me a legal prostitute.
Yeah,
I got you.
Cool.
But the thing with the term sex worker is that is such a broad. It includes strippers. It includes women who take lingerie photos who aren't naked.
You guys see that? Oh shit! Just zoomed out. This right here. Oh fuck. The one on the middle right here. That was the necklace I had with the cross on it. It was like the Juliet, the Capulet house, and it had a lion in it in the middle, and it had palm trees and swords. I really love this necklace. And what? Hey, someone referred to the Catholic Church as the pagan Catholic Church in one of your comment threads. What do you know? Yeah, I saw that. I did see that comment. That was funny. But yeah, this was my one cross exception. Anyways, I really missed that necklace. I lost so much of my jewelry when I was doing drugs. So bad. So fucking bad. I hate myself for that. Okay. Anyways.
Wait, question. Is stewardess okay? Because you're a flight attendant, so I'm just curious.
It's not the term that we
Would you be
prefer.
offended if someone referred to you as a stewardess?
No,
You get any
older people do all the time.
Doesn't bother you?
No.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure since we're.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
Earlier, it was like talked about like how sleeping or letting your husband or wife sleep with someone else is like irresponsible or it's not a marriage anymore. Like I'd be kind of curious of what you believe a responsible marriage is like. Or I understand that you have a religious view on marriage, but when I think about marriage, I think like I could see somebody saying they're married if it's like completely romantic, like you're not allowed to do romance with anyone else. Like basically, what does a responsible marriage mean to you?
Marriage is not just a contract. Like it wasn't just like the government came up with a contract for people to get married. The history of marriage, you can't separate that from the church. The problem is people are trying to make things cool and trying to
make things cool. I think this is ridiculous because first of all, we have marriage all over the world. There's so many different religions, and people can get married outside of the church. It's a representation of your commitment to somebody and your love for somebody. And, God doesn't have to be involved in somebody's marriage. I just don't believe that. Like, me personally, when I was younger, because my parents were separated, I never wanted to get legally married. I always just thought it was like a relationship with an expensive breakup. That's how I thought of it. Nowadays, like, hey, fuck it, I'll take the tax cuts or like whatever like that. But even back then, when I didn't want or didn't care for a legal marriage with the paperwork, I always wanted a wedding, because not for like it's my special day, but it's a celebration of your love, and it is like symbolic, to have rings and the whole get up. It's symbolic. It's a celebration of your love, to have your friends and your family come together and celebrate the commitment of two people who love each other and want to, share their life together. I think that's a beautiful thing. I don't think God needs to be involved in this process whatsoever. And I think it's funny for somebody like Candace Owens, who supports marriage and wants to promote marriage so much, has to fucking like gatekeep it from everybody who isn't a Christian. If you want to promote marriage, why do you have to attach religion to it? It might be a modern meeting, but we live in modern times, and marriage like has been a similar celebration in cultures from all over the world, all different religions, all different cultures, blah blah blah. So does that mean that only one religion is like the right kind of marriage. Like, no, it's just a way. It's a part of life. It's a part of the human experience. And, you know, some people might have religion involved in it. Some people might not. And that's fine if marriage isn't about love to Christians, but for other, that doesn't mean that marriage has to mean the same thing for everybody else, just because Christians have one view of what marriage is. Because marriage has been celebrated differently over all different religions since the beginning of time. Like Jewish weddings are very different from Christian weddings, and Christian weddings are probably very different from Islamic weddings, and Islamic weddings are probably very different from pagan weddings, and pagan weddings are probably very different from blah, blah, blah. You can go on and on and on, right? Like, can you say they were definitively, completely all religious? In every single society in the entire world, everybody got married through religion. I don't know. I don't know if that's completely true. Like, it might be the majority of people, sure. Especially after, like, the Roman time, or the Roman Empire and the Catholic Church took over everything, basically. But, yeah, I don't know. Especially before... Oh, shit, Jesus.
What was that?
My speaker, I think.
How the fuck did that happen?
I keep bumping my chair into this.
I knocked the speaker off?
Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right? It was kind of weird. Anyway, sorry.
Ghosts. We got ghosts.
We do have a ghostie in this house.
Shut up. Work.
Okay, anyway, sorry. Yeah, even like there was marriage predating Christianity and stuff, but like essentially marriage is like a ceremony, and because lots of people are religious, like, you know, it's like part of like the spiritual, I guess, like ritual or way of life or whatever. But I just don't, especially in modern times, marriage does not have to be tied to religion. And I think I don't think it's a good thing if we're trying to promote a world of marriage, in a world where Christianity and most religions are slowly, you know, kind of fading off. Why, if we're trying to promote marriage, why would we gatekeep it for people who are only religious or only Christian or Catholic or whatever? Because they even have a difference too. There's like fights within Christianity about marriage, the meaning of marriage. Welcome from Paris. Good to see you.
To update and make them modern, and now people are saying you can have a polygamous marriage and you can bring in other people on the outside of a marriage. What's the point of getting married? Literally, I'd like to ask the question: if you think that you can, if you want to marry somebody and then outsource the sex, you know, outsource the responsibility, outsource what the labor of love is.
Okay, well, most marriages aren't outsourcing sex. Like, come on, that's what these fucking sex workers experience. Married men who come to them. That's going to be a very small percent of marriages that are doing that.
Actually, supposed to be about why not just stay single.
This
so you wouldn't do a threesome with your husband?
Absolutely not, because he's my husband.
Do you even have to ask that to get the
well,
answer?
I mean, there's married couples that want to have threesomes, and
you know
some
what
of these
happens?
ladies are bi-curious.
You should jump into those Reddit threads, because every single time that marriage ends in divorce. There's so many Reddit threads.
No,
about
they don't.
And a lot of them
I have
actually
regulars
do really
of
well
over 5
too.
years.
Okay.
And
there's
they're
some that
not
do
divorcing.
Do you believe atheists can get married?
I think atheists get married because they want a tax break. I don't see the point in an atheist getting married. Why don't you just live with your partner, okay? Whoever it is that you're dating, you're at the stage you said, I don't know if you live with your boyfriend or whatever it is, why take the next leap? If you're wearing crosses for fun and, you know,
I mean, if you're actually asking.
Okay, thank you. I will how do I pronounce your name? Walness or Walns? Walnays? Walns blank. Sorry, I'm bad at spelling. But thanks. I will check my Twitter.
No question. Yeah. I mean, because then I would just be pledging the fact that I would want to be with them forever.
But you can just be with them forever. So what is it that you crave that when you want to get married? What's that next step for you? What does it mean?
It's a celebration of your love and your relationship and commitment with your friends and family. And it is like, it's a ceremony. It's a ritual. It has meaning. Just because it's not tied to God doesn't mean it's not meaningful.
What's the difference between dating and marriage?
Because it's a commitment.
Is dating not a commitment?
It's a commitment, but it's saying a next step. It's solidifying it.
Okay, solidifying what? Because if
solidifying a bond between two people that love each other.
Okay, but what is solidified? If you can then jump into that next commitment, which is the exact same as dating, and you can sleep with other people, and you can put topless photos on the internet, what are you getting married for? Pictures on Instagram to say you did it?
I mean, I'm not sleeping with other people.
What's the difference for you between dating and marriage?
I just told you, it's a bond between two people. You're solidifying that by law. You're literally making it known. I want to be with this person forever. It isn't just a simple breakup. Oh, I can go and do whatever the fuck I want and leave. It's a partnership. It's a bond. It's forever.
But there's no difference between dating and marriage.
There is a
other
difference.
Than the idea in your head that it's a bond, because you're saying also.
Well, what's the difference for you, Candace? What's the difference for religious people other than the idea in their head that they're married and they're doing it for God? What the fuck is the difference, literally, besides your fucking ideology, an idea in your head? There is no difference.
It's not an idea in my head. It's on paper.
Oh, okay, it's a paper. But
it's not but I'm saying it's not a tax break. It's a legal thing. I'm connecting to somebody for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Well, I think for people that think about marriage and don't think about a cross as something.
Candace and her husband can literally just say to God, like, "Oh, we're gonna commit to each other, and we have God's approval. So what's the difference?"
Onesie to wear. It's not a piece of paper. It is a union between a man and a woman, a sacred union that should be protected from external forces. Definitely not something that you open up. How I would feel disgusted.
Yeah, what? That's the same as what she said, except you worded it better, Candace. But what the fuck is it? Nothing in what she just said has to do with God.
Life.
Yeah, well, I think for people that think about marriage and don't think about a cross as something funsy to wear, it's not a piece of paper. It is a union between a man and a woman, a sacred union that should be
a sacred union between a man and a woman. Okay.
Protected from external forces.
That should be protected from external forces. What in that requires God?
Definitely not something that you open up. How I would feel disgusting if my husband ever came to me and said, "I want you to sleep with another man or sleep with another woman so that I can fill my sexual fetish." I mean, it's
okay. That's fine. And not all atheist religions, or not all atheist or non-religious marriages, are polygamous or open relationships.
Utter perversion of what it means to be married, and it will lead to divorces. People that have this perspective will, and I'm not saying that if you don't do it, you won't get divorced 100%, but I do want to say that there is probably a reason that a lot of sex workers struggle to find people that want to marry them.
Well, can I say a lot of the perversion that comes if you are not going to be accepted?
Because it's in an admitting of fault and unworthiness to reach God alone. It's supposed to wholly be about God first. It means your fault should already be expected, whereas love most often a failure. So for Christian people, marriage can mean that their marriage is about God, but that doesn't mean that all marriage has to be about God. Everything else, like what she just said, a union between a man and a woman who are committing to each other and committed to your faults, like committing through sickness and health, right? Through the ups and the downs, through the goods and the bads. I commit myself to you. It's a ceremony. We have so many ceremonies in our human experience and throughout our lives that we celebrate, because that's just part of the human experience. So I don't see the difference besides an ideology in your head. And you're either involving God in your marriage or you're not. But that doesn't invalidate non-religious marriages at all.
With your partner, if he comes to you and is like, "Hey, I really like getting pegged. I want you to peg me, and you're like, ew, that's so disgusting. Like, I would never do that. You want me to eat your ass? I would never do that. Well, then, okay, what are you gonna do? Divorce him, or what are you gonna do? Realistically, I'm asking you. I'm asking. Hold on, I really want to. I want to know. What are you gonna do? That's your husband. He's like, hey, babe.
I think
marriage is the next step in reassuring and like fully committing yourself to somebody and giving that full assurance to somebody, right? Like, we can all know the difference between single, dating, and married, and none of it has to involve God. It can involve God, but there's a huge difference between marriage and dating without religion involved at all. You're ensuring yourself to somebody, committing yourself to them with their faults, and committing to grow with this person and to have a family and to love and support this person.
One of the things about marriage that's really beautiful is I know what my husband, before we got married, I think I know who he is.
Yeah, but what do you know about the person you are at 60? Sorry, I don't understand. Can you, yeah, it's about growing together. I just don't know why God would have to be involved in that. And again, it's fine if God is involved in that. That's totally fine. But to gatekeep marriage from non-religious people, I think is a very bad idea. And I don't think it's logical.
Change, and maybe he wants to start exploring.
He wants to start doing what?
I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but that's what Candace is saying. Oh shit, Jesus, I gotta stop doing that.
So he wants to start exploring, and he's like, oh my gosh, maybe I do want you to like eat my ass, and I kind of want you to peg me. Like, I kind of want anal penetration from you because you're my wife and you're so beautiful and hot, and we're married and we have kids together, and I'm feeling a little bit kinky, and I with you, since we have this special marriage and bond. How would you feel if we could just try this out just this one time, babe, please?
I think it would probably indicate to me that
the person at 60 probably won't make the same proclamation as the 20-year-old, as the same 20-year-old, or as they say as a 20-year-old. But what does that have to do with religion?
It's so crazy. I forgot about all that shit until you said it.
Like, what does any of that have to do with religion?
my husband was involved in some perverse world, whether it was through pornography, that something else was happening on the side, because these aren't normal things that people just think of when they wake up.
So
like,
what's your
hey,
next
I'd
move?
really like a strap-on dildo.
Okay, right.
Well,
So what's your
also,
next move?
what's the ultimatum? He's going to divorce me if I don't peg him?
So what's your next move?
Crazy. I would think that individual would probably need therapy and not the kind that you give.
Okay. And but you're gonna stay with this person?
You don't immediately divorce.
Okay.
Marriage is about working through issues and working through problems.
Okay,
You don't immediately
right.
divorce them. And this gets back to what she was saying about if your husband, if suddenly a woman doesn't want to have sex, which would be another huge issue in a relationship, I would hope that my husband wouldn't instantly divorce me, but I would hope that they would take
some guys are terrified of that, and some guys don't even feel like they can open up to their wives about that
Sounds
stuff.
like they need therapy.
They need therapy.
Open up. That's why.
Yeah, I know.
You gotta work on your marriage.
But the thing is that they'll come to us talking to us about that. You know what I mean? So it's just like,
and I don't know. That's
I think
unhealthy. And I think that, the fact that sex workers exist as...
Yeah, you shouldn't be afraid of your wife. You shouldn't be afraid to talk to your wife and open up to your wife about problems, okay? People need to start being comfortable having these awkward conversations. And honestly, you shouldn't even get married in the first place if you feel like you can't have these conversations. If you can't have hard and awkward conversations with the person you're committing yourself to, then you shouldn't get married, period.
Dude, you see how this has a zipper on it? There's something in there.
Yeah, the same person, because one has a destination they're shooting for. That's the main difference. One is water, one is sand, one is going. We want God to put us here in 40 years. I don't understand. We all, if you're getting married, we all want the same destination. I mean, maybe you guys are, maybe Christians, their destination is to get closer to God. Okay? For other people, a marriage's destination is to grow together, get closer to each other, and set a union and a family, it's security, right? It's again, commitment, security, assurance. It's a ritual for love. I just don't know if you want to involve God in that. Great. if two people are religious and they want to involve God in that ceremony and that ritual, that's beautiful. But it's not necessary. It doesn't make marriage any less valid if you're non-religious. Like, from a Christian standpoint, sure, because you're marrying for God, I guess. But that's just a different version of marriage. How does it make it self-centered? I mean, first of all, marriage should be self-centered. The point of a marriage is for two people to support each other for the benefit of the union, of the family.
Apparently they take it really seriously.
This, what you believe to be a solution, when in fact that's a detriment, because you're getting in the way of the wife and the husband being able to communicate. And so I would much rather my husband go if there was an issue and you're...
In fact, like, I don't know, just me personally, I would rather marry somebody for that person, for the betterment and benefit of our relationship together, not my relationship with God or his relationship with God. And again, like, that's fine if two people are religious. I think that's beautiful to have religious marriage ceremonies. I think spirituality can be a very good thing. But to say that you can't get married without having God involved, I think is a ridiculous statement.
Your wife's not having sex, I'd rather him go talk to a priest. I'd rather him go talk to another male. When males sit down and talk about, hey man, you should talk to her about
Okay,
this.
but let's be
I'd rather
real.
him.
What
No,
man nowadays
let me
is
finish
gonna
my
do
statement.
that?
I'd rather him. What do you mean, bros talking to each other about things? That's a normal. I'd
Especially
rather
about
if I have an
sex,
issue in my, it's pretty normal. I'd rather go talk to my sisters about things that are going on
No,
in my
I said,
marriage.
what
There's a
man?
lot of steps you can take before you talk to a prostitute about your marriage. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I live in such a crazy.
Well, I'm saying, what man is willing to do that? Because
Put on a
apparently
Taylor
we
Swift
get a lot
song,
of those on
cry
this
a little
side,
bit in
is
my
what I'm saying.
room. I don't know. There's a lot. I would turn to
Wild
Taylor Swift
proposition.
before I would go to a prostitute about
Well,
my marriage.
I know, but you're not a male, so I'm just saying, like,
men can talk to
where-
other. What are you talking about? There's all of these podcasts of men talking to men and being inspirational and talking about porn addiction and talking about the things that are corrupting men's minds. That's out there.
Okay,
and
I
those
know
are
that.
I would much rather my husband listen to those men
Right.
and look for guidance, or whether it's in the church,
I
whether
hear
it's on a
you.
podcast, whether it's a spiritual leader, than to turn to a prostitute in a brothel.
I hear you.
So there's a lot of steps that you can take from we're having an issue in our marriage to my husband's at a brothel laying next to a prostitute talking about issues. in
I
marriage.
think actually, let me just step in really quick. I do think, though, I would like to redirect the conversation, because I do think it's probably a very small portion of people who are married are seeking to bring in a prostitute for the husband. It just seems like such a small kind of, I don't know. What's up, really quick?
Statistically, married men are actually the highest number of clientele for prostitutes.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying, please listen for me. I'm literally telling you guys, males come to us and say all this stuff, which is like, they're first scared of you guys because how you might.
Well, in a secular marriage, is it to die for? What do you mean to die for? Like, are you just saying, like, you'd be willing to die for each other? Like, to protect one another? I think most people would say that.
You want to do something crazy with me?
I don't, to say to die for, I don't really understand what you mean by that. What, like, you mean you're willing to die for God? Or, like,
It's not crazy. It's
like, you're willing to, what are you, I'm trying to comprehend, like, what practical, like, meaning this has to die for. Like, how are you gonna die for God? Like, how can you save God by dying? What, to, like, save? Yeah, I think a lot of guys would die to save their wives. Is that what you mean? I mean, that's like a, think a lot of women would die trying to save their husbands. I think a lot of husbands would die trying to save their wives. I think a lot of mothers would die trying to save their children. Yeah, I do. I think a lot of men would die trying to save their wife and not do it because God told them that what he's supposed to do. It's not a command. It's just like he just would do that because he loves her. I think a lot of women would probably do the same if they're, I think it's more common for men to do it because they're stronger and I guess like more able to save women in circumstances. But I know there's women who have taken bullets for men, and there's husbands who have taken bullets for wives and saved wives, and they didn't do it because God commanded them to. They did it because they were committed to their wife and they loved her.
That means already made it.
But does that make it like any less worthy? Does it make it more worthy because it was a command from God?
Might react to they feel like they can't be honest and open with you guys. That's why they result in coming to places like
just
that.
so you guys know, that statistic doesn't mean that the majority of married men go to prostitutes. So
I didn't say that.
No, I know. I'm just letting her know because she said like yes, like it was if it was a debunk.
No,
I think what he's saying is that the majority of married men
Nice.
don't turn
I'm just saying, like,
to prostitutes.
a
So
lot-
there
we
might be a
get a lot
small
of married men is
contingent,
what
and
I'm
they might be
saying,
majority
right?
married.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get that.
Okay.
I think
Get
that's a
everybody.
good reason to have, I guess, to on the point of like something was brought up earlier about like what is like a responsible marriage to you. So part of being a good part.
When I get back from the shore this week, I'm going to do an open panel. So you guys can come on here and we can have a audio discussion. And again, you won't have to show your face if you want to. And we can discuss some things. Maybe we'll talk about this. Maybe we'll talk about marriage or like the meaning of religion. Maybe we'll just talk about what religion means in modern society, something like that, and what it means in marriages and something like that. We'll have a conversation.
Where you're with is making them feel comfortable telling you anything, especially if it's something that they think is serious enough to consider leaving like their relationship with you for. Like if it's serious enough that they would consider divorcing you if they can't explore the sexual fantasy or anything like that. I think that's just a part of being good on the I agree with what you're saying here, that they that these men don't feel comfortable that they could tell their wives, and I guess that's just a part of being, not that it's justifiable that you as a wife you should give in to any sexual fetish your partner brings to you. It's whatever you're comfortable with and wherever your boundaries are, but I guess that's a part of that continuous conversation with them so that they always feel comfortable bringing up anything to you as a friend, as like a confidant, and knowing they're not going to be judged, but that they'll be a partner with you in
I do have to move on. So we have a couple chats here I want to try to get through. We have Beaten Cheeks, Candace Owens. Do not hold back on these libs. Wipe the floor with your intelligence. Congrats on being prego again. Be easy with my Essie though. She's about to get retired out soon.
Okay, first of all, I have beef with Beaten Cheeks because he asked me on a date and then posted a photo with another girl on Twitter.
Oh,
so
are you guys loyal? I mean, he asked you on a date and you guys are committed to. You're committed to Beaten Cheeks with his
we're
ridiculous
basically together.
name.
So he's posting photos with another woman right after asking me out.
Beaten Cheeks.
He's
How could
literally
you
breaking my heart. He's breaking my
commit
heart.
this act of infidelity on Essie over here, who you've never met yet? Okay, we have Frankie K. Hey, thank you, man. You know what's funny about Beyonce? She encourages single ladies to have fun, supports promiscuous behavior in her music, and perpetuates the "I don't need a man" mentality. And when she's done recording, she goes home to.
It's not an accident. They say till death do you part. Till death does you part. It's like we're going to be with each other, and the only thing that's going to part us is death. One of us dying, right? That's the commitment. Till death do you part. We're going to be with each other. We're going to be committed to each other, just each other, until we die. That's the only thing that can part us.
I'm gonna kill myself.
To her husband and her children, who, by the way, Jay-Z cheated, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Good point, Frankie. Thank you, man. We have Canada J, Candace, the honey badger queen.
Well, and like that's why I'm not gonna have like, if I get married, I'm probably not gonna have like a priest. I don't know if you can do this, but I'd rather have like some other written out vows that consecrate, if is that the right word, like to consecrate, to make or declare sacred, dedicate formally. So consecrate typically is involved with the church, but it doesn't have to. So yeah, to, let's see, what's a synonym? To dedicate, devote, hallow, anoint. Yeah, so I would probably have some kind of like, instead of a priest, have some kind of other vows written out to anoint and, you know, make our marriage. That's what I would do. Just because obviously I'm not Christian, so I would have different vows, but it would ultimately be the same understandings of like, we're committing ourselves to each other forever. Through sickness and health, through ups and downs, through weaknesses, through faults, flaws, the good, the bad, all that. It ultimately, like, you know, has the same goal. Marriage. You're marrying two people.
Is that your nickname?
I don't know.
Or did you just get bestowed with
I just got bestowed.
Thank you for your voice and being on. This wacky space is a cultural battlefield that somehow pushes beyond ideological bubbles. When are Jeremy and Ben going to make Brian an offer? Seriously, think about it.
Yeah. I'll bring it to them. We've got a lot to bring to them.
Yes, the Tiger King.
Yeah, Tiger King and Matt Walsh.
There you go. All right, we have Travel Trades here. Oh, wait, I'll just read. Hi, Brian, long time no see. Hopefully I can come on once I'm back from Kuwait. Hi, Candace, thanks for being a voice when I felt odd having conservative behaviors, excuse me. Your bravery has helped countless people become comfortable with being conservative.
Thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you.
We have travel trades. People in this day and time are exceedingly haughty and refuse to pursue the abolition or even suppression of ego in their everyday lives. People appeal their own wants, needs, opinions, ideas, etc. above all else.
Marriage, a legally and socially sanctioned union, usually between a man and a woman, that is regulated by laws, rules, customs, beliefs, and attitudes that prescribe the rights and duties of the partners and accords status to their offspring, if any. So I think this is like a pretty good religion or definition for like a modern non-religious marriage. A legally and socially sanctioned union, usually between a man and a woman, that is regulated by laws, rules, customs, beliefs, and attitudes that prescribe the rights and duties of the partners, and accords status to their offspring, if any.
Instead of appealing to something greater from travel trades. Hey, thank you, appreciate it. And then lastly, we have Sosaiji. That's probably not, I don't know. Panel, please listen to everything that Candace says. You have a rare opportunity to see what a high-value woman is and learn from her, as she's intelligent, respected, and accomplished. You can't justify and make excuses for your lifestyles. Anybody got a response to that one?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, there you go. All right.
I like my lifestyle.
Yeah. I love my lifestyle.
I could change it at any time. Being in this industry, you don't run out of opportunities. Men are coming all the time. If I wanted to settle down with one of them, I think that could have happened. Yeah.
Wait, when you say men are coming to you all the time as clients, right?
Yeah.
And you said if you wanted to settle down with any of them, you could. But do you find the men who come to you attractive? Because I mean, I've heard from a lot of women who do OnlyFans, or even women who are exotic dancers, strippers, whatever, and women who do porn or even adult content, that the men that typically like are the fans or consume the content or come and see you, your clients, a lot of these women don't view these men, like just by virtue of them coming to you or by virtue of them subscribing to your OF, like that in and of itself makes them not a prospect for any like long-term
No,
relationship?
these are normal guys, and some of them are hot. So I'm a fitness competitor.
Okay, all right.
I'm 46 years old. I figured I was going to age out of the industry. What has happened? MILFs are all the thing. They're the cat's pajamas right now. So I'm getting a ton.
MILF. Well, okay. Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of youngins.
The
coming.
youngins?
The youngins.
The youngins.
Young gentlemen.
Really?
Tons
Okay.
of them. And then, you know, fitness competitors, judges that judge in the circuits, and then they'll say, hey, you're looking good, or tighten this up. So there's a lot of opportunities to meet a lot of individuals now.
To meet them though, but I mean,
And
when
date-
it comes
and
to
date them, and
when
they
it comes
come
to
back.
long-term commitment, I mean, I think
They want, I agree. What I encounter, and something what Candace said, is these guys, they are prideful. So once they start dating you, they do, in my experience, they do want you to maybe consider settling down. Now, I've done real estate. I was vice president of business growth at an active wealth management company during COVID. I have a master's degree. I can do different things.
what do you have a master's in?
Education. I
Okay,
got straight
got
A's.
it.
Yeah. So, and I taught for a while. So I come in and out. I'll go into white collar work, and then I'll go back into the industry because it's fun for me. I enjoy it, and it is good money, and it's an adventure. I enjoy going out with these guys and being a travel companion and getting to go on vacations.
No, I just wanted to ask you, as the man sitting at this table, are you attracted to their lifestyles? Do you think men are attracted to their lifestyles? I'm just curious about your opinion, just to hear a male.
I don't care.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure
Well,
you're
that's
really
so rude.
curious.
No, but I'm here to ask your opinion about
no,
everything.
I said, like, good thing I don't care for
But I
what
didn't-
other male has to say about my industry, though.
But
I'm
he's
just
been
saying.
asking you questions about what you think about men.
No, I'm gonna
He's been
listen to
asking you
him.
questions about your life, and the first thing when I
No,
ask one
he can
question to
say his
him,
question.
you
I'm
say
just
I don't
saying, like,
care. I feel like
personally.
I'm very hurt.
Like-
I want to know.
Yeah, I'm just,
Isaac Hayes'
but
apology.
why
How
interrupt
dare
that?
you.
Like when he asks you a question, what if someone said, I don't care what she says? You know, I think that's just a
No,
little
like
rude.
I'm saying, like, because everybody's always out here. I see your faces that you're giving her and stuff like that. And I think
No,
it's funny.
I just am
And so
saying, like, I'm letting her
like,
talk, but I just wanted to hear his opinion on it. So I just, was
ahead,
that like a
Ryan.
little bit of insecurity to just jump and say, I don't care? Because
Can I
you did you
poach
think-
Candace from the Daily Wire?
Well,
I think I need
it
to
was
cut-
just a little rude.
I need to
Like,
cut-
you-
I need to
he's
cut- I
letting
need
you
to
talk so
defend
much.
her.
We've all been letting people talk with different perspectives. So I just thought it was like, suddenly he hasn't even said anything and you've
There
already
was a few
diminished.
times where
condescending
Okay, well,
look.
in any
Yes.
case-
So
in any case,
it's
so-
okay.
I just want to hear a
Just
male
continue,
voice. Like we've
No,
been all
she
talking.
doesn't. She's look. I do think I understand how that can come off as a little bit rude, maybe, but like, come on. We all know Candace isn't asking this question because she wants to hear a male's voice. She fucking knows his opinion. She's just saying this to try to fucking insult the women and try to get it through their heads that men don't want you because you're like she understands. She's a fucking prostitute. Okay, I think she gets it. She's just trying to fucking throw it in her face even more. And now she's trying to, like, she doesn't even own up to it. Like, just fucking say it yourself, Candace. Jesus.
I'm trying to let Brian continue, and you're still talking.
I hate the passive, like
Okay,
the
I'm
passive
Insecurity
aggression.
coming out over there. Not sure where it's coming from, but go on.
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do I have your permission? Is it okay? Is it okay? Okay, cool. So sorry, can you just repeat the question one more
Yeah,
time?
I was just saying, like, it's interesting because we're all women and we're giving different perspectives and the female perspective.
Oh, it's so interesting. Is it so interesting? I'm really curious. What do you think? Do you think most guys want to date sex workers? How do you think most guys feel about dating a prostitute? I'm so curious. I have no idea. Like, I'm really curious what a guy would say. This is going to be totally educational and new news to me. Like, yeah, I really just want to know.
On this topic, when you hear what she just said about sex work and how she feels about sex work, or you hear what she's saying, or you hear what she's saying, what is your honest opinion as a man? Because what we're trying to get to, I think the nucleus of is, you know, high value women, high value men, what creates that, how men respond to that, and we have the opportunity to hear a man, you know?
I mean, I personally would not date a woman who is involved in sex work in any of its various manifestations. It's kind of...
That's not what he said before. He said he would date an OnlyFans model if she was doing, I think, lingerie content or solo content or something. Don't quote me on that, but I know he did say he would date OnlyFans girls if they did less risque content.
I'm not really like a hater if people want to do that sort of thing. When on a societal level, I don't know if it's the best thing, but I'm kind of like, hey, whatever, go do your thing. But as far as my own personal preferences, standards, and boundaries when it comes to a relationship, I don't foresee myself wanting to get involved with someone who...
And that's totally fine. That is totally fucking fine to have that. A perfectly fine boundary. Again, I just want to make that clear. I'm just like, I don't know. I just think Candace is asking these questions very disingenuously. You know what I'm trying to say.
Does sex work?
And why do you think that is? I think most men would agree with you. I think that makes sense to me.
No
but
shit.
why is that? Because I think it's just interesting to hear a male perspective. That's all.
Sure. I mean, well, kind of going back to there being different levels to it. So, I mean, if she's a prostitute or was a prostitute, I mean, it's kind of, I feel like that's just common sense. Like, I wouldn't, no offense, I just wouldn't date a woman who's a prostitute.
I'm not offended, like I said.
And probably they wouldn't want to date me. I don't know. It's fine. It's cool. But yeah, I wouldn't. No, because I would want monogamy. I'd want loyalty. And even though it's for work and they're just doing it for money, my view of sex is not, I don't think you can, well, people do, but I don't think you ought to detach intimacy from sex. And people who engage in a lot of casual sex or people who do it for work, you've essentially just detached intimacy from sex. So definitely not a prostitute. I mean, not a stripper, not a OnlyFans, no.
I feel like that was just like an unnecessarily long way to answer. Like, no dude's gonna want to date a hooker. I don't know. It's like, I don't think
exactly
it's like that.
Yeah, and I said I don't care because it's like, and you're like, no, don't take offense. Like, I'm not gonna take offense to something I don't care about. That's why I'm like,
no, it's just a preempt.
And you stated, you were like, and you looked at me and you said, and don't take offense. Like, baby, I'm not offended by any means. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm
That's totally
not
fine.
looking for
I'm not trying to offend you. She was just asking me.
Yeah, literally just asking a question.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I was literally just asking a question. No, you fucking weren't. Like, God, I just fucking can't stand it. I was literally just asking a question. No, you weren't.
Earlier, I was like talked about like promiscuity. Like, I'm assuming you guys believe like promiscuity is like bad or shouldn't be encouraged in society. I was wondering what specific factors do you think encourage it most? Do you believe it's like media? Do you think like birth control has anything to do with it? Do you believe like, I want to know what your top factors of promiscuity are and what you believe it is.
Yeah, so I would say number one contributor is culture and the education system. So I remember when I was left leaning, a lot of my ideas came from the school system and just what you're talking about, Planned Parenthood in the classroom. That effort began in the 70s. The majority of high schoolers were graduating with their virginity intact in the 70s before they started teaching health class, which was teaching people that everybody's doing it, and actually they weren't. And within one decade, it completely flipped, and the majority of teens were now graduating having lost their virginity. So we ceded a lot of that to the education system, which when parents had more control over their children, what was happening in the classroom was based on arithmetic and not cultural issues, and focusing on engineering children to think that sex is this positive. It's you just do it. Everybody's doing it. Doesn't matter if you have multiple partners. You combine that with feminism in the classroom. I was forced in college to take a Feminism 101 course, and they kind of made you think that,
Beaten Cheeks donated $200. Candace, please tell these women their past promiscuous matters to be with a decent guy that will not be beta males. SC, that was just a friend. We still on relax. Just answer my text and we good. I promise equals D.
All right, thank you, Cheeks. Was there a question here for Candace, or is that one of your past promiscuous matter?
Wait, do you mind if I push back a little bit on the education system comment?
Sure.
Okay, because at least from the things that I've read and that I've studied, it seems like that is true, but in a very particular context, and that very particular context was like basically abstinence-only education, which I don't know about you guys, but makes complete sense to me, because if you tell teenagers like, don't do this thing is like super, like don't do it, it feels super good, but you're not supposed to do it or whatever. If you phrase it that way, then teenagers are going to go out and do it. Because like at least everything that I've seen recently has been talking about how if you talk about proper sex ed, and people who have more access to contraceptives as well as better sex ed, tend to have like a lower body count than people who are like in like lower education, less sex ed, less access to contraception. So I was just wondering like your thoughts on that.
I'm telling you it's not true factually. In the 70s, before they got Planned Parenthood, went in the classroom and started funding initiatives, and they started teaching sex education. There used to not be sex education in school, and the way that they got it into the classroom in the 70s was by saying, it's better to teach them, which is what you're saying, because then they'll be more responsible. It actually, within one decade, it flipped. The majority of high schoolers were graduating with their virginity before there was sex education, and then when they put sex education in the classroom, the majority of them within 10 years were not graduating with their virginity. So it actually sexualized children.
Okay. My mom was born in 58, and she said there were multiple girls in her high school who were hooking up with her teachers. The teachers in her high school. This is all fucking fake propaganda, okay? Sure. Was hookup and promiscuity less common back then? Probably, because we didn't have the internet, we didn't have cars, we didn't have easy transportation, the population was smaller, right? Smaller towns, there was just less mingling altogether. Also, there was much more higher social stigma, so people lied about it and hid that shit. But I hate pretending like all these people pre the past 70, 60, 50 years were these perfect, pure virgin angels. Like, no, that is so false. It is fucking propaganda. It's like American dream propaganda. It's fucking church propaganda. It's all this shit that wasn't true. Prostitutes have been around since the beginning of time. Like, people have been hooking up. There have been brothels. There have been gay people. You think people in the 60s and the 70s were virgins until their wedding day? Are you kidding? None of the fucking baby boomers. I would want to guess such a tiny percent of the baby boomers were virgins on their wedding day. It's not even funny. And I would say even for their parents, probably a small percentage of them too.
Yeah. My understanding, but the reason why was because the first manifestations of sex education was abstinence.
And it's so stupid because it's now these false ideas are harming relationships today because we have these fake expectations. We have these expectations and these like ideas of relationships that aren't even real. And people are like condemning modern women and modern men for it. And that shit wasn't even real.
Only. And it was working is what I'm saying to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was working. So abstinence, it used to be, considered, and I'm not at all trying to, I'm just telling you what the facts are here. Like when abstinence was the cultural simulation, when everyone said you should be abstinent, you should not have sex before marriage, that idea.
Okay, true, yeah. So my grandmother, maybe she was a virgin on her wedding day, but that's because she got married when she was like fucking 17. She was married twice, but people got married. This chat is fucking triggering me. I can't look at it. Not you guys, the fucking whatever podcast chat. They're so ridiculous. I can't deal with it, the stupidity. But yeah, like I guess like back in the day people were getting married super early, but still like I still wouldn't even trust that. Like I don't think it was as common as we think. I think there were just as many rebellious kids in the 20s during Prohibition, fucking during ancient Rome, during the 1800s. Like, the only reason it was less common was because there was literally just less access to people, right? We were in like really small communities and we didn't have cars. So yeah, people were mingling less, but like
was permeated throughout culture. It was reflected in culture.
Like my mom, she was married twice too. She got married first at 19, and the only reason she got married was because she couldn't move in with the dude unless they were married. So she got married at 19. I highly, in fact, I know she wasn't a fucking virgin on her wedding day. And it ended up being a terrible relationship, and they got divorced. And then she married my dad when she was in her 30s. But like, oh, great. Let's see if relationships work by making them get married first before they even know if they're compatible. Like, when you're 19 years old, like, I just don't see how logically that fucking makes sense. That's why there were so many divorces. That's why the divorce rates were so high for the baby boomers and the older generations.
Sure, there were no sex ads, there weren't people naked on the internet, and people lived their lives. It was considered a big thing, to lose your virginity. You were actually considered someone that maybe a guy wouldn't want to marry because you lost your virginity. That was the cultural understanding, like, in the 50s and the 60s. And then in the 70s, you had this
Yeah, people kept it on the low, but there were always sluts. Like, there are always the slutty girls, and slutty girls still get shamed today, right? In high school, like that's always going to be a thing, probably. And yeah, they probably just lied about it more. But like, I feel like when we think about these like older generations, like they were just like these pure people. Teenagers have always been rebellious, no matter what age. Like the fucking guys getting sent to war in World War I at like 18 years old. I just think it's kind of silly.
Fourth wave of feminism that reared its ugly head and started associating sexual promiscuity to freedom, and things completely flipped. Again, I'm just giving you a historical analysis of what happened in the classroom.
Yeah, I'd
without
be interested.
Commentary.
Yeah,
Hold on.
it's okay if you. Sorry, I'll just finish.
Make it quick if you
can.
can.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see like where exactly you're getting that from. If like later you can tell me or whatever.
Thomas Sowell Inside the Education System, and he has all of the sources listed in the back of the book.
Okay, because at least in modern day, do you think that any of that has flipped or no?
No, I think we've become, there was, to use a term, I was actually talking about this yesterday on a podcast. I thought it was pretty brilliant. Paul Joseph Watson, I love his YouTube stuff, and he started talking about hoflation, which is like
that's a thing.
Actually hilarious, which is saying that men used to have to do a lot less and get a very high value woman. He's like, so think about your grandparents and your grandmother. She was a high value woman. She raised the kids. She was conservative. She was beautiful. All of these things, and now we live in this moment where everyone's kind of a hoe, and you have to work harder to get a woman that doesn't have any self-respect or any value. And I just thought it was a really interesting video. It was obviously funny, but he was saying something, and we live in hoflation now, where everybody in their own capacity is selling their bodies. And unfortunately, these are the options that men have. No, I'm not saying it's.
That's if you value women off of their virginity. If the only value you see in a woman is her fucking virginity, then sure, women today are valueless. But I value people for a lot more than fucking weird social stigma things like that. And again, I'm not promoting guys. I'm not saying it's okay for guys to not want to date a woman with a high body count. But like if you're a fucking dude and you're in your 30s or your late 20s and you're looking for a woman who is like a virgin, okay, or she, maybe she's had a boyfriend or like one, like I don't understand.
Stunning to me that women talk about what men need.
What do you want? I think this is like normal for most people to have dated a couple people in their life. You have a couple boyfriends. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that chick. I don't know why she sits in the background every day. I guess she's like a assistant or something. I think it's kind of weird. But yeah, and Harry, like, I do think, obviously today, because it's just people are meeting on the internet and we have cars and towns are bigger, we have cities, there's more mingling, so I'm sure there's so much more casual sex today. But I just think it's like not helpful when we view like the past as these like perfect pure people, when sure that was probably some of the population, they're especially rich families, right? Probably very rich and religious families probably were like that perfect little American dream. But I don't think it's helpful to like fill people with these like ideas that like I just don't think map onto reality. No, you're good.
To be and what men need to be, but I think
you know me, I don't care.
Just kind of the complete disintegration of when I look at what my grandmother looked like.
You're definitely nowhere near as bad as that fucking other weirdo who was in here earlier. I don't know what was up with that. But yeah, the silent co-host thing, I don't know, I couldn't do that. I think it's just strange to me. I have seen her helping out. She seems to do a little more helping out. Maybe she does behind the scenes shit. I don't know. It's weird. She's like a meme. She's kind of just like a meme, like a human meme. I don't get it.
Picture, she passed in 2013, and just how classy and how beautiful and how much I wanted to be like her. And now I look at, women today and I just think, man, I feel bad for guys, like, that the pool's getting smaller. But also it's really positive for women that are conservative and, who it means that you're a part of, maybe a smaller pool of individuals. I see it a lot more in the South, and that men should aspire to pursue those women, absolutely, to raise their families and, to raise their kids.
Do you co-sign on the hoflation?
Oh, yeah.
theory?
Yeah.
I believe, yeah. The women today are very low value.
True, I didn't think about that. Depending on how good of a check she's getting, like, might be worth it.
And so it's funny because the simulation is like, men ain't shit is kind of the thing everybody's saying. Don't need a man. And it's funny that someone brought up Beyonce because she's living the exact opposite of what she's singing. She's just making money because she knows how to make money in a hoflationary environment. Smart woman. She's like, I'm just going to pretend to be a hoe, but then actually privately I'm going to be like super like...
Hold on. You wanted to come in, then you...
I had this conversation the other day on a different panel, and I was talking about how when it comes down to it, when women get into relationships, typically, when we're single, okay, so I'm trying to figure out like the best starting point to start this from. So I think this, I already think we're starting to grow out of it, but like, obviously there has been this like radical feminism backlash, right? Like, I don't need a man, fuck men, I'd rather be single than be tied down, blah blah blah, right? All this like kind of like intense attitude of like, fuck men suck, blah blah blah, because women probably have been hurt by men. And there's also all the old rhetoric from the old days of women not being able to vote and not be able to have careers and having your paycheck automatically be signed over to your husband, and men being seen as superior, women being seen as inferior, don't talk unless you're spoken to, all this like yada yada stuff from back in the day, right? So now women obviously have their freedom, and it's been years with that, and we're getting more and more TV, like music and TV has just been getting raunchier for men in general, and then women are following along. Women have caught up, and so I think there's been a lot of unhealthy backlash to all of this. You can say none of the women have ever experienced, but like, I definitely experienced sexism as a child, like, just for being a girl, like 100%. Like, yeah, I have the right to vote and I have the right to go to school and everything, but you do experience sexism, and I'm sure men experience sexism too in their own way, but there is, especially like, I mean, I'm 29, but growing up, there was a lot of just stigma about being a girl. And it was all social conditioning and socially driven, but those things still matter and they still affect you. So now that women, can say whatever the fuck we want and shit, and we're not seen as feeble-minded and, well, as much anyways, it's not socially correct, and it's also scientifically proven that women don't have like mental inferiority and shit like that. We hadn't done these things. I'm saying like I've experienced sexism from men though, like this has happened. People are still sexist. Anyways, but it's not through the legal ways and everything. So there's been a backlash because we're still breaking out of these social stigmas, and there's also a lot of sexism. So there's been a backlash, and it's been an unhealthy backlash of radical feminists putting down men because women have felt like they've been put down a lot in the media and in music and in TV and movies and just through the legal system and again, social stigmas and everything. But I already think we're starting to grow out of it already, honestly. So that's been the backlash from women, and it's a reaction to the historical sexism of society. And but when it comes down to it, most women, when they settle down with a guy in a serious relationship, they end up doing these womanly things, right? Like, they will make their boyfriend a sandwich. They will clean the house. They will do the dishes. They will have kids, right? They'll do all of these normal, traditional things. I think the problem is if the woman is working too and the man doesn't want to partake and also take care of the house when she's also contributing to the finances, I think there can be a problem there. But I think most men are, most households are two-income households, and I think most relationships, men and women, are contributing to taking care of the kids, taking care of the house, and taking care of the finances together, wholly, like splitting the duties, whatever it is. I think most women do these things once they get into a relationship. Just like Candace just said. She said, Beyonce sings about all this shit, like single women, blah, 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 and then she's married and she's cleaning the house and having kids. And I think most women do this because when you get into a relationship, that's just part of being in a relationship, is supporting each other, taking care of each other, and just taking care of yourself, taking care of your environment, feeding each other, keeping the house clean, like just living together. These are natural things that women will do when they are in relationships. So again, there is an unhealthy backlash that has come out of this, but it is a reaction. And when it comes down to it, it's single women saying that shit, and honestly, it's probably just immature women, young immature women. And when it comes down to it, when you get into a relationship, most women are going to actually do these things. It's like a fucking it's like a counterculture reaction. It's just like a rebellious thing, because for a long time men were telling women to stay in the kitchen and you shouldn't go to work, you should be home and have children and blah blah blah. It's just a fucking rebellious reaction. And when it comes down to it, like I said, most women in relationships end up doing these things, and it's not a problem. So I just think people are overhyping up these things, and they're perpetuating these cultural movements or cultural reactions and making them a way bigger deal than they probably are. And I'm not faulting men for that at all, because women have been very loud about it. But I just think paying all these podcasts that I don't understand. The Manosphere is supposed to be helping men. So they think they're helping men by getting probably some of the worst, most undateable women, right? Because it's clickbait. And they put them on a podcast in front of thousands, tens of thousands of men and say, these are your dating options. You should be afraid of women. You shouldn't want to date. Modern women suck. There you go, men. I'm helping you. And I just think it's really disgusting, because there are plenty of good women out there. But when all you see are shit like this, and even on here, there's a couple, there's probably the majority of the girls on here are dateable. Outside of the two sex workers, oh well, she's on OnlyFans too. I think that girl's on OnlyFans too. But the two girls next to Candace seem cool. I think Pixie seems cool. And these two do like lingerie, OnlyFans, whatever. There's probably some guys who are okay with that, who are more open sexually. Like, and this is on a fucking whatever podcast panels, right? So these are supposed to be like the most like crazy clickbaitable women out there. So when you go out to like the real world and normal women, like it's not as bad. Sexism just isn't institutional anymore. Even I was kind of sexist, more subtly towards female guitarists when I used to gig. I didn't think they could play as good as men. I've grown up though. Yeah, like exactly. And there's like a lot of spaces where it's like, you know, traditionally male spaces where it's hard for women to get in. I think one of my biggest problems, I would say, being a woman is just, especially when you're talking to men, there's still a lot of guys who just don't take your opinion or what you have to say seriously. They don't trust you just because you're a female. They don't trust your validity. They don't really care what you have to say. I think this is just like one stigma that, and it might seem like a little thing, but like think about it. If like every time you have input or just an opinion or advice or just anything, just you want to have a conversation and you're like questioned, your validity is questioned, or it's like just because of your gender, like it does get to you. And I'm not saying there's not sexism towards men, because there is, but this is like from just like a historical shit, I guess. No, they're coping with immeasurable damage done to their confidence and insecurity. Who is? Sorry, I just don't know who you're referring to. Men are coping with the immeasurable damage done to their confidence and security. Immeasurable damage done to their confidence and security. Maybe? Could be. I think a lot of people probably cope with insecurity and damages, unless you're talking about something specific.
Please, if you can, try to keep it brief, because I need to get to chat.
I was just going to say that my version of sex education, or my sex education, was literally them showing us a birthing photo, or video, sorry.
Yeah, in 4th grade.
That terrified me, and I was like, actually, I don't think I'm going to have sex for a long time. I think I'm good.
Go ahead.
And like, speaking of hoflation, I mean, we're always trending.
That's what these shows are for. The idea here is to show what women are truly like when they're around each other. Notice there's few men, but many men viewers. But that's the problem. Like, these aren't like everyday women. Like, 2 of them are prostitutes. What are actually 4 of them are sex workers. Out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Out of 8 of the women, more than half of them, or half of them, exactly half of them, are sex workers. One of them is fucking Candace Owens, okay? And then the rest are probably like influencers and streamers. These aren't normal women. When you look at the percentage of sex workers, even OnlyFans workers in the whole population, it's definitely not 50%. So this is just an inaccurate representation. It's disingenuous. It's a disingenuous, inaccurate representation of women that they're showing to hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, potentially millions of men, especially younger guys who haven't even dated yet, haven't even had one girlfriend, and these are their expectations. How is that helping men at all? It's all for clickbait. It's all just for clicks, and I think it's damaging men.
Apparently, right? Because hoes. Because without us hoes, you wouldn't have like that many views to be watching, right? You have hoes come on the podcast to talk about our.
I'm not knocking hoes.
Well,
I don't wanna be a hoe.
I'm saying,
I don't wanna be a hoe.
I'm saying you have hoes, and when I say you have hoes coming onto the podcast, you know you're a hoe.
Do
If
you
you're
mean
a
a
hoe.
literal hoe or like more of the colloquial?
That's Brian's dream.
You know what I
People,
mean?
You have hoes, Brian.
So you sit here and you want to bash sex workers, but you know we come
When
on
did
here.
I
we
bash?
Bash anybody. I don't think
There's-
anybody's
there's
bashed.
very
He's
little
bringing you
bashing.
on here and giving you a platform to speak. So I
Yeah.
think that if he was going to be bashing you, he wouldn't even allow
But
anybody
making
on.
us
The
making
hero
us
hoes.
seem.
Wait, what do you mean
Okay.
making what?
Yeah, he wouldn't allow anybody he's gonna bash on. Yeah, you know, it's not for the views, it's not for the clicks. And again, I really don't think Brian is like bashing these women, but that's kind of just a ridiculous take.
Making us seem like
not making anybody seem any
hoeflation, you know,
sort of like-
No, I'm just talking
we're
about a video.
Trending, we're a trending topic, so it's relevant to speak on.
Because it's interesting.
Wait, what?
It's
Yeah.
fascinating. I am
That's what I'm
fascinated by hoes. I'll say it. I'm absolutely fascinated by the way the hoe mind works, the way the hoe hive works. I'm fascinated.
Next
I cover it
documentary.
on my show. You
And
are
it is
correct. It
trending.
is
I'm
trending.
saying, and that's why
when
it's such a
Emma
hot
gets
topic
up
to
and does a
speak about.
video and says something like, you know, it's chic to be divorced before you're 30. It is absolutely fascinating to see how someone's mind can be so warped. You know, in the same way that I think it's fascinating when anybody does anything crazy or says anything crazy, and I cover it on my podcast. You know, I am not knocking it at all. I just tell people what the facts are. You can choose this lifestyle, and here is where you are 99.9% likely to lead in your life, right? You are probably not destined for marriage. You're probably not destined for a stable relationship. Men are going to not want this long term. You can say it 1,000 times. You can have 1,000 cultural examples, and women's still got to go out there and be hoes, you know, because they're about their money and about a Cardi B song or whatever it is.
I don't think they are wanting to show accurate. No, I think they're literally wanting to show the craziest of the craziest because that's what gets the most views. That's why Brian makes hundreds, if not thousands, actually definitely thousands of dollars in every couple hours when he does these shows, because he gets women on here that say crazy shit that are sex workers, and all these hyped up men fucking just want to have their comments read because that's their backlash. That's their radical manosphereism, menonism.
So yes, I think it is fascinating.
It's the same. The men who are acting like this, like having this intense radical reaction, are having the same reaction that radical feminists had. And both of them are toxic and unhealthy and bad backlashes.
And it is why I wanted to, you know, this is why I talk about it on my podcast and why I'm very interested to talk to you.
I really don't think they are wanting to show the way the world is skewing. I really don't think they do. I don't think they care. I think they want to show the craziest women. I do not believe for 1 second that Fresh and Fit, the Whatever podcast, and any of the other spin-offs of these shows, Pearl, are trying to actually help men. They're trying to help their fucking viewership and their wallets and their career. They're not helping men. They don't give a fuck. They literally don't give a fuck about helping guys.
You guys, I hope you guys feel that I've been respectful and listening to, you know, your lifestyles, even though it's so different from mine. And so I appreciate Brian for hosting.
Well, thank you for coming, Candace. Let's see. I have a couple chats here, and then I have one more question, and then I think Candace will have to leave here in a moment. We have Yvonne. Oh, okay.
Modern Life Dating donated $199. Hey, Candace. Thank you for being a voice of common sense and a good representation of being a decent woman in today's modern perverse time. What are your thoughts on the passport bro movement of men leaving America for better wives abroad?
Hey, John, thank you very much for the TTS.
see why.
Maybe a brief little snippet on this, if you
Yes. Yeah, I think that you can find higher quality women in other places. Like, I married an Englishman. I think
could.
America.
Are you a passport? Not a bro, but
Passport
like
cis.
a passport cis.
Passport cis.
There you go.
Yeah, I think that America has really lowered the cultural standards for women more than any. You don't see this kind of, even the way women dress in America compared to England fascinates me. And so, yeah, I think find a wife, do what you gotta do, but also don't discount the South, because there are so many good women in the South in America. Come to Tennessee, they're wonderful.
I have heard something kind of interesting on this, is that you have a lot of men in the West, a lot of men in the U.S. going overseas to try to find perhaps a wife who's a bit more feminine, or whatever they're not finding here in the West. But you don't hear of men from other countries in droves coming to the U.S. to find a wife here. You don't really hear that. So, all right, we have Yvonne St. Simonus. Candace, I know you're listening to these women with the realization that this country is doomed. How will you help your son navigate the swamp before you right now?
Hold on, wait, you guys, this shit's hilarious. Hold on. You guys see this comment here? From Nothing Speed. Let's see, can I zoom in? No, I can't. Nothing Speed right here in the middle, the white icon. Tennessee equals Hotown, but they spelled it Tennis. Tennis equals Hotown. How old do you think this person is? 13? How the fuck does somebody who doesn't know how to spell Tennessee, who's probably like 12 years old, how the fuck would they know if Tennessee is a Hotown? Yeah, they have all the experience with the hoes, I bet. Yep, I bet they've been all over the world, and they know that Tennessee is full of hoes. First of all, Tennessee is a state. Oh man, I just think it's so funny. Earlier too, like somebody said, flight attendant, too quiet, start popping off. We need some drama to rile us up. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what they want. They want to see the ratchiest, craziest girls, the sluttiest, most shameless women to rile them up. So that this is this dude's fourth or fifth $100 super chat. He spent $500 tonight to say the same thing. I know you're listening to these women with the realization that this country is doomed. How will you help your son navigate the swamp before you right now? Actually, that might be a repeat one. Okay, so he sent $300 or $400 tonight. Can you imagine sending $400? Come on, guys. Where are your $100 super chats? Let's see it. No, I'm just kidding. But come on. Like, people are really dedicated to this. To, like, they're sending $400 in a night to this podcast. How is that helping men? That's not helping this guy. It's pandering. It's complete pandering. It's actually awful.
Next phase is when we can just start rolling into people's houses and knocking on their fucking door with a bomb.
I think it's actually really awful.
And if we can just try to be...
I moved to the South as soon as I got pregnant the first time. I moved where my values aligned, and my son will be just fine.
Perfect. We have Goodest Boy. One of them is too young to remember the movie Pretty Woman. Imagine a guy just wanting a better life for the both of you, and maybe even a family. Again, the world is effed. Hey, Goodest Boy, thank you. Yvonne. Candace, do you think Lyndon B. Johnson has anything to do with the fact that these women that have an OnlyFans are actually able to find a relationship with a man?
I don't know how we correlated Lyndon B. Johnson to the OnlyFans account.
LBJ?
Yeah. He died
Are you familiar with anything
OnlyFans,
with LBJ?
Of course.
Okay. Yvonne St. Simonis? Candace, what specific steps will you take to ensure that your daughter does not become one of the women sitting at the panel right now?
It would just be impossible in my household. We keep her away from this kind of secular living, keeping them away from tablets, not letting them be raised on Instagram and social media and TikTok, making sure that they have family values instilled in them, that they know what the cross represents, and that they're church-going children. And it's all about who you hang out with. You will become the average of the people you spend your most time with. And I appreciate the time here, but I would definitely say that I want my kids to be in a different climate.
All right, we have the Castman 777. Marriage must be a closed and permanent relationship between two people for the purpose of raising children. Without this definition, marriage just becomes dating with a contract. Sending your husband to a sex therapist for sex is just prostitution with a loophole. Hey, the Castman 777. Thank you very much for your comment there. Final question here before Candace has to take off. Would any of you date a trans person?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like if I say no, I'm going to get a lot of backlash.
Well,
but I think my personal preference, I would say no.
Okay, that's fine.
No. Say no.
No. No.
Hell
well,
no.
you're married. Me personally, I would not. My question to you guys is, would any of you object to a man not wanting to date a transgender woman?
I think everybody has their own personal preferences, and if there's one thing you're allowed to be super picky on, it's who you date. Like, I think that's the only thing that you can 100% have free reign on. You can date who you decide.
I would completely agree with
Okay.
her. Like we talked about before, I think that everyone should have boundaries, and as long as that person's upfront and honest and they can have like an adult conversation that isn't rooted in hatred, I don't think there's anything wrong with preferring somebody that isn't trans.
Okay. I have a question. So, this has been like a thing that's gone viral on this podcast before, and it always seems to spark quite a debate. So, would you consider it to be gay for a man to date a trans woman?
Yes.
For a man to date, no. personally.
Would you categorize him as straight?
Probably, yeah.
I would categorize him as who the fuck cares? Like, why do we need these fucking precise categories? Like, who gives a fuck? Who fucking cares? I just don't care. Are they straight, bi, gay? I don't fucking know, and I don't fucking care. God. Like, me personally, I would not date a trans person. I've had a trans person ask me out. I said no. That's just me. But like, it's just a stupid question. Like, who fucking cares what you label?
Because what is it? Oh, sorry.
This is
Here,
technical.
I mean,
if you don't want to answer, that's fine. Go ahead. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Go ahead.
I'm with Pixie. I don't think that makes them gay at all.
SE?
I have no clue.
For not to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Question. Does your answer change based on the stage of transition? Like, what if this is before any transition has occurred at all, but the person has come to the realization that they are transgender?
Well, I would assume that you have some level of like homosexual inclination if you're a man attracted to a person who looks and represents as a man, you know? Like if you're saying pre-transition, I would say like if you're attracted to those components of that person.
But pre-transition, if you are transgender, are you a woman?
Pre-transition, you're a woman who hasn't transitioned yet, so you're presenting as a male.
What if there hasn't been any bottom surgery?
What do you mean?
Like there's still an appendage.
So you're saying they transitioned everything but their bottom?
Maybe they're in the process of transitioning. Let's say
This is what I mean. Who fucking cares? It's such a small percentage of the fucking population. I don't know why this is a fucking big deal. Who fucking cares? Nobody on here is. Nobody on the panel is trans. Like, who gives a fuck?
Okay, I feel like I'm kind of confused here, so I'll just leave it in these sentences.
Seems really technical. Two people that have penises. I don't care how you feel on your inside. I don't care if you dress and you wear a dress or you wear a wig. If you come together and you have sex, you're gay. And I think that is homosexual, right? So I know that people are trying. It is convoluted. So I understand why you're like they're trying to make it something else, and it's in your head. And well, what if you feel like a woman? It's very simple. If you are a man and you are having sex with a man, irrespective of how you feel or whether or not you've mutilated your body or you've chopped something off, it doesn't make you not a man. You're a man. And two men coming together to have sex with their appendages intact obviously is homosexual sex. So
yeah, I think it's different if you're presenting completely different, because at that point, like, you have men who say that they've been trapped or whatever, and I'm like, that person is straight. They literally slept with someone who was like presenting as a woman, looked like a woman. They couldn't tell. Like, I wouldn't consider that gay. But at the end of the day, like, honestly, I don't really care about people's sexual orientation that much. I feel like this is like kind of a culture war issue. And for some people, culture war issues are important, but I'd rather talk like policy about something. I don't know if that makes me boring here, but.
Well, I'm not sure I'm totally following, but I guess, so what is a woman?
I've answered this question before on the podcast.
Here, I can start with Azalia. Did I say your name? I'm sorry.
No, you never do, but it's okay.
Okay, go ahead. So what is a woman?
I mean, I think that gender is a spectrum. I obviously know that you do not agree with me, and a lot of the conservative people here won't agree with me, but I guess it's just how you present and how you feel. I mean, I don't like to structure things that way and like make it so black and white. I think that people should represent themselves and be what they want to be, and it's nobody else's business, to be honest.
A female is somebody that has a vagina. That's what it says in the book, right? Okay, cool.
Which book? The Bible?
The health ed book.
Oh, the health ed book.
Okay. No, but gender and sex are two different things. So
okay, you answered the question correctly, so I don't want you to feel like you answered it wrong.
What is a woman?
A woman is somebody.
This is so complex. I'm
it doesn't need to be.
Okay.
It doesn't.
A woman is somebody who presents or acts as the social construct of woman. And the reason why I don't say biology is because whenever we look at biology, the truth is, before coming to this room, I did not look at anybody's genitalia here. I did not look at any of your chromosomes. I just assumed you guys were women because of how you dress and act. So I think that maps on more to our reality of how we use the word woman.
Essie.
This is so controversial. I'm very
it's
like
really fucking
a man
not.
and a woman. Man has.
It's really not that fucking controversial. We talk about it every fucking time on this podcast. People have been talking about this for fucking years. It's not that fucking controversial. Just say what you fucking think. Just be honest. Who fucking cares?
The penis. Woman has a vagina biologically.
Sorry, I'm getting like so annoyed at this.
I agree.
I'm just so over the fucking trans shit. Like, Jesus Christ. They hype it. They make it worse. Like, conservatives talk about trans people more than trans people talk about trans people.
It's like whatever biologically, anatomically what you've got going on.
I feel like what brings out my feminine qualities the most is the thought of being a mother in the future. So I guess I associate being a woman with being a mother in all aspects of that.
Not all women can have children.
Your gender is decided before you're born, when you're born, and for the rest of your life.
I'm having a little boy. The doctor knows that. I know that because he's got a penis that is growing inside of my stomach right now, which is kind of tricky to think about.
Sex is biological, right? We're gonna fucking do this right now. Sex is biological, okay? You can be born a female, you can be born a male, and then there's some people who are born with issues, like they have both or whatever, and those doctors usually decide when you're born one or the other, because it's confusing, it's fucked up to have somebody who is both. So yeah, doctors usually fix that birth. Now, there is research and science that says some people have something called gender dysphoria, and it is a mental illness. And I don't say that in a fucking derogatory way, okay? Lots of people have mental illnesses, and it's totally fine. Some people have depression. Some people have bipolar. Some people have whatever, okay? It's something that you have. If you're trans, you have gender dysphoria. And I don't think you can be trans without having gender dysphoria. That's my opinion. So some people have gender dysphoria, and they transition, and it's a very small population, percentage of the population, and that's that. It's a fucking mental illness, and you get help for it, and you transition, and that's how you live, and that's just how some people are.
If I get onto this table,
and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. I know trans people, and it seemed I've known them since they were children, and honestly, they transitioned when they got out of high school or during high school, and it made sense. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You know, she always kind of acted like a dude, honestly, like, so, or he was kind of like feminine, so, you know, that makes sense. No big deal. That's cool.
and I start meowing like a cat, I don't suddenly become a biological cat because I present like a cat and wear a tail and say meow.
So original, Candace. Wow. Oh my god. Let's relate fucking trans shit to animals and unicorns. Oh, so original. So controversial.
Meow is probably means that I need to talk to a therapist. Not you. But yeah, it's not that difficult. It doesn't need to be convoluted. It doesn't need to be controversial. A woman, to answer your question, is an adult female.
Adult human female.
It is an adult human female, and that is the answer to something that it's just shocking to me that every person knew, every child, and then within just a couple of cultural years, everyone is so confused about, water being a liquid. It's very, again.
Okay, Harry said, agreed, gender dysphoria is real. However, the idea that gender is a social construct is an academic theory unrelated to the verifiable diagnosis of dysphoria. So I think I agree with you, but I will say there are definitely social conditioning aspects that I think unnecessarily correlate feminine and masculine traits with unnecessarily feminine and masculine traits. And I do think there is strict social conditioning that that says these things are feminine and these things are masculine, when lots of them aren't. Some of them are. Some of them definitely are. There are 100% real biological differences between men and women, and brain functioning. It's not brain capabilities. It's like brain pattern behavior. It's like how female brains work and how male brains work. And there are obviously hormones, so testosterone and estrogen, all that shit that's going to make you, have different traits and behaviors. But there are lots of labels, I think, that are completely social conditioning that, like, really, there's lots of traits that people say is masculine or is feminine that aren't, and are completely social constructs and conditionings. I think there's a lot of them that are totally unnecessary. But yeah.
And I'm fascinated by it, so I love to talk to people that are confused.
And I'm not, sorry if I sound frustrated. I'm not frustrated at you guys. It's just this conversation. It's just so old. Just I don't know. Actually, I think the social conditioning conversation is actually really interesting. I like talking about that a lot. But the trans conversation, like, what is a woman? Oh my God, it's so old. It triggers me. It's so old.
Used by that, but if you were born with a vagina, you
see, like Jerry, I just completely disagree with you. Males are object oriented, women are people oriented. I think that is a complete social construct. I don't think that is true at all. I don't think that is true at all. I know so many males who are people oriented, and I know lots of women who are object oriented. And I do think if we raised women, or if we raised little girls the same way that we raised little boys, and instead of giving them baby dolls and strollers and kitchen sets, and we gave them Legos and building blocks and things like that, women would girls would grow up to have the same interest in objects that men typically do. That I do believe 100% is a social construct.
Are a female, and if you were born with a penis, you are a male. And if you had some rare thing happen, which hardly ever happens, but people always talk about it, where you're born with both parts, you might be intersex.
What have you proven? How have you proven that women are people-oriented and men are object-oriented? Where is the science behind this? Can you like link me a paper or something? Because I have done research into this as well, and I have seen the total opposite.
Hermaphrodite, but generally
it's a live. I'm gonna do a live on this. I'm gonna do a live on fucking female and male differences biologically, with brain research and all the science that goes into that.
Speaking, I think we know that means that something genetically went wrong, and we are born either male or female.
Pixie, do you object to her definition?
Yeah, because I think I understand where you're coming from, but I think when it comes to day-to-day use of words, they have to map onto our reality somewhat. And the truth is, like, as I didn't check anyone's like biology or chromosomes before coming here, you can say it's an act, but the truth is it's an act that everybody plays into. Everybody looks at how a person looks like and says, oh, they're a woman or male based off of that. And you can say, oh, that person is putting on a disguise that doesn't change their real gender or anything, but everybody acts that way. So to me, it's like, no, like the word that maps, or the definition that maps most onto reality, onto our...
Also, I think it's really fucking funny how lots of fucking like religious people will deny science until it works in their favor. Like fucking, they'll like not believe in dinosaurs and then, or evolution, and then they just like use biology like for these arguments like this. I think that's hilarious too.
Day-to-day usage is appearance-based.
Candace does have to...
Yeah, okay, females on average score higher than males on people orientation, while males on average score higher than females on things orientation. But that doesn't take into consideration the social conditioning. That was the whole point. That doesn't take into consideration the social conditioning that we have. Yeah, in all cultures, females are socially conditioned a certain way. Actually, in other cultures, much more so than America. So that makes sense.
Take off here. Do you have a final response to her?
Yeah, if you grow an afro and wear a wig and put, a lot of black makeup on, you're not a black woman. So your appearance doesn't actually mean anything. You're not black. And the same way that I'm not white. So if we can trick someone, you might be able to trick me. I think Rachel Dolezal did a really good job tricking people into believing that she was black for a long time by darkening her skin, getting super tan, and wearing fake wigs, but she wasn't actually a black woman. So how you feel on the inside and how you present, you might be able to trick people, but that makes you a liar, not a woman. So yeah, that's what I would say in closing.
Yeah.
If you want, you could direct your further comments to me afterwards. But guys, please be sure to check out Candace Owens' documentary,
Yes.
Convicting a Murderer.
You guys will love it.
Tomorrow.
It's not political.
Yeah,
I'm going to watch it tomorrow. It'll be live on X.
Live on X and thedailywire.com?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Exactly.
Yeah, be sure to check that out, guys. Well, Candace, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you guys so much for having me. Honestly, I really did appreciate talking to you guys. I thought it was fascinating. I think everyone was super respectful, so I really...
I mean, you could do research on infants or on very young children. But yeah, I don't even think it's fucking, I just don't even think it maps out onto reality. Like, I know a fucking million antisocial women. I know a million fucking very, very social and people-oriented men. And I could guarantee you, if little girls had Legos and little construction blocks and stuff thrown in front of them when they were like toddlers, instead of baby doll sets and kitchen sets, there would be it would make a fucking difference. You're a sponge when you're a child. To say that social conditioning doesn't exist is insane. Okay. Sorry, this is something I feel very strongly about. Again, I'm not trying to yell at you guys. I really appreciate you guys for being here. I really do. And I enjoy the debates. I really do enjoy the back and forth. This is just something I'm very passionate about. So please don't take it personally. Again, though, that doesn't prove anything. It just women prefer working with people and men prefer working with things. It's because traditionally women have been nurses and teachers, and traditionally men have been doing manual labor jobs. But that still doesn't show that people are more, or women are more people oriented and men are more object oriented. Especially naturally. Biologically, that doesn't prove that we're biologically that way. All right. Is there anything else? Let's see. Okay. Lastly, I just want to play this one part. I know it's like super late Saturday night. I want to play this one part of Candace Owens from the video I showed earlier, of her talking about Nina Agdal again, and Andrew. Tate.
I was very.
It's not long. It's probably like 15 minutes or something.
If someone was graduating high school, she said, and the plumber is sitting there in his best and only suit that he has, proudly looking at his son graduating.
I love this part too. Never mind. Okay, I'm not even going to get into this all right now, but all right, let's start here.
Facade. They're just like, they have to be there for the show. So Candace, is the system rigged beyond redemption, or is it still worthwhile to strive for change, especially for the benefit of the future generation? Because people like me, I see this is the
like it's
and leave Coke at the White House.
Yeah, and leave Coke at the White House. I mean, like we're so past rigging and what's wrong and morality and ethics that that's why I say the country is just in full decline. And they're not even pretending. But we can't figure out how to put the cocaine in the White House. Let it go.
Oh God.
Right? Okay, about what it means to be a high value man and to bring in a high.
All right,
this means that all tens of millions of the people that are following him must be racist, must be
misogynist. They don't like the Trump, and I'm like, what? Like, don't do Trump jokes,
brother. You're in LA.
I know, but guess what?
What do you mean?
Guess what? Hold on, people are going up to me.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Thank you for letting me know. Okay. Here we go. This should be good. All right. And I'm not going to play a lot of this. Just going to play a couple minutes of this.
Me after the show, like, dude, that was freaking hilarious. Like, I had a Persian guy once go, I couldn't laugh because my wife is, like, everybody's in that moment.
Couldn't laugh in front of
his wife. He couldn't laugh his wife.
Talk about demasculation. Men can't even laugh.
And so this, my question I want to ask, just going to a point is, so Candace, a Fox poll came out.
I don't know. I don't question technology.
That the African-American support for Biden dropped 30%. And
in what they did with Trump, and he's a sacrificial lamb. The face of masculinity these days arguably is who? Andrew Tate. Right.
Yeah, and so I was really interested in speaking with Andrew Tate. I know you guys had him on this podcast too, because you can debate whether or not you think what he did in his history he should account for it now, and he was involved in all of these things. I get it. Tens of millions of men follow him. Okay. Your opinion about his past means nothing. I need to understand this, right? I am the person, I think it's really stupid and it defies logic when people say that, oh, this person has tens of millions of followers. This means that all tens of millions of people that are following him must be racist, must be misogynist, must be human sex trafficking. I mean, you're just not even trying to think or trying to understand the cultural moment. I am way too interested to come up with an assessment like that. Tens of millions of people are not following Trump because they're racist. That's stupid, okay? So you're missing something, and you should be interested in what it is that you're missing. Tens of millions of young men and grown men men are not following Andrew Tate because they hate women. Okay, that's a very stupid, shallow assessment.
They want more women, to be honest with you.
Exactly. And so, and when I start,
Okay, like, I kind of like I agree with what she's saying, but like, just because guys want more women doesn't mean that they're not misogynistic either. And I think I have a really hard time. I mean, I will say a lot of people get into Tate because they see the like, you know, the kind of like super basic like men help shit, like go to the gym, be a strong man, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, that is good for men to hear, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's anything special or new or original. I don't think it's worth giving Andrew Tate any credit for it, considering his horrible past. But I have a really hard time, like, with most Andrew Tate followers, like, thinking that they're not misogynistic. Like, I have a hard time believing that, but... why do you think women are still underrepresented in STEM fields, even with all the incentives for them to major, social conditioning, preference, or both? I do think it's probably mostly social conditioning. Also, the STEM fields are going up in women. They have. I think the only one where it's like gone down is like in like IT shit, but. I saw there was like a chart in every category of STEM, but like women are entering STEM like at pretty high rates, and it's probably only going to go up. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. So this is diversity in STEM, women, minorities, and persons with disabilities. I don't know what NCSES, NSF.gov report. I also don't know what year this is from. Occupations of the workforce. Growth in STEM between 2011 and 2021. STEM workforce grew. Total workforce increased 21 to 24%. Although fewer women than men work in STEM occupations, their share of the STEM workforce grew at a faster rate between 2011 and 2021. The number of women in the STEM workforce increased 31% from 9.4 million to 12.3 million. For men, 22.6 million were employed in STEM occupations in 2021, up from 15% from 19.7 million employed in 2011. This is about ethnic groups. Ages 18 to 74 by sex, ethnicity, and race. Okay, so male to female. Male 22.6%, female 12.3%, and it went up from 9.4%. I saw a chart. I saw a chart that had like each category of STEM, and there were some that had like let's see. Core STEM subjects. Yeah, computer sciences has like the lowest percentage of women. I don't know. I can find all these, but women are growing in STEM pretty rapidly. And yeah, I think it just has to do with social conditioning. Jobs that women are told to seek after. Let's see, here's Pew Research Center. Representation of women in STEM varies across job clusters. Health-related jobs, all STEM jobs, dental hygienist, speech. Shit, I don't even know how to read this. Share of women in each of the following job clusters. Okay, so the mean is 50% in all STEM jobs. Is that true? Oh, like, okay, so it's like 8% for marine engineers and naval architects, mechanical engineers, 95% dental hygienists, speech language, and pathologists. Oh, it's just saying that's the mean. 50% is right here. That's all that's pointing out. Okay. Health-related jobs, 74. Life science jobs, 48. Math jobs, 47. Physical science jobs, 40. Computer jobs, 25. And engineering, 15. Like, for example, I went to landscape architect school, right? And my teacher told me that, like, only 5 years ago, before I went, and this was in like 2018 I was going, she said like within the past 5 to 10 years the class was almost all male and then maybe one female. And then when I was going to school for landscape architecture, our class was all women and we had 1 to 2 guys. And the class, it was a very small class size. It was like maybe 10 to 12 students at most, maybe even like 8 students in certain classes. But she said the gender is just totally flipped. So like 5 to 10 years ago, it would be a class of like 90% men and then 10% women. And then it totally flipped within recent years. So yeah. But yeah, it's going up. So women make up half, 50%. Okay, in 2019, 19.1 million workers aged 25 and older were employed in STEM occupations in the U.S., an increase of 1.8 million since 2016. Women make up half of those employed in STEM jobs, slightly higher than their share in overall workforce, 47%. So women make up, according to Pew Research, women make up 47% of the overall workforce and make up 50% of employed STEM jobs. Women's representation across STEM occupations varies widely. They're heavily overrepresented among health-related jobs, the largest STEM occupation cluster, and underrepresented in several other occupation clusters. Yeah, so I think like in psychology and stuff, women are obviously super overrepresented. And then again, in like engineering and computer science, women are underrepresented. Women representation among the 6 STEM occupational clusters has not changed markedly since 2016. Women are 74% of healthcare practitioners and technicians, compared with 75% in 2016. Women account for 25% of those working in computer occupations. The share of women in this fast-growing occupation cluster declined from 2000 to 2016 and has remained stable since then. So yeah, that's why I said earlier, in computer science, for some reason, it's like the one STEM field where women have been declining in. Yeah. But life science, physical science, even math, are close to or just under 50%. And then health related is pretty high, and then computer and engineering is in like the 25 to 15%. So and their share has increased slightly from 2016, only up 1%. Women make up 40% of the nation's physical scientists, up 1 percentage point since 2016. They are 40% of life scientists compared with 47% in 2016. Women's representation among mathematical workers has also slightly increased. Yeah. 38%. Women are 38% of physicians and surgeons, up 2% points from 2016. 33% of dentists, up 3% points. Among optometrists, 46% are women, up 3% points. 64% of veterinarians, up 3% points, and 33% of EMTs and paramedics, which are also up 2 percentage points. Yeah, that goes into other demographics. This is from April 2021. So, and this is from, this also looks like it's from, this is from 2011 to 2021. Oh my god. But
I guess on the plus side, we'll walk away with like 100 solar stars.
And this is from, oh, is this the same website? I don't know. I don't know, but either way, it's going up. And even still, like, there's like, I don't know. I think this STEM thing is like pretty over exaggerated.
Started realizing the people that were following him, college graduates, men that are interested in business, what the Hustler University was all about. I wanted to speak to him, and what I've realized is he is a direct cultural response to 10 years of men being told that they are not shit from women, right? The Lena Dunhams, the girl culture, with Taylor Swift with an army of 10 girls. Every song's about a guy and why men suck.
Who runs the world? Girls.
Who runs the world? Beyond.
Like, my dad was a construction worker, and he really wanted a boy. And I feel like for those reasons, like, my parents took me outside a lot. It made me very outdoorsy. My dad loved NASCAR. He always bought me Hot Wheels and like boys, like toys and stuff like that. And for that reason, like, I like hands-on stuff. I always liked like boys things more. Like, sometimes like I played with like dolls and stuff. Like, I didn't like Barbies though, but like, when I would hang out with my girlfriends, like, I played with like little dogs and like little animals and stuff like that. I am an animal person, but I was always digging up in the worms and stuff. Like, outside, I was very like I liked all that stuff, and it's just like clearly social conditioning. That's what my parents like put in front of me, and that's what I enjoyed, because they put that shit in front of me. If they were to put like more strollers and kitchen sets and Barbies and makeup and stuff, like, I didn't even wear makeup until I was in my 20s.
Say girls. I mean, there has been a decade.
I never painted. I don't paint my nails. Like, I didn't even know how to put my fucking hair up in a ponytail. It's social conditioning. Like, I didn't have an inclination to do these things just because I was a female. It was just how I was raised. And it probably also just has to do with my personality as well. But again, I just don't think that has to do with my gender at all.
The future is feminine. Hillary Clinton, men just shut up. Me Too movement. A decade of men being told that they have no value. No value in this society, okay? It is inevitable, because I believe in equilibrium, right? Because I believe that eventually the world has to correct it, okay? Lena Dunhams, the girl culture, with Taylor Swift with an army of 10 girls. Every song's about a guy and why men suck.
Who runs the world? Girls.
Who runs the world? Beyonce. Girls.
Yeah, we used to have songs like "It's a Man's World" and shit like that. Like, we've had tons of degrading music towards women, and I'm not trying to make this a competition, but I just think it's a ridiculous cope when we talk about the fucking, all of a sudden, women are making music, sexual music, sexually explicit music, and all of a sudden it's a problem. We haven't had a problem with it until women started doing it.
I mean, there has been a decade. The future is feminine. Hillary Clinton, men.
A decade. A whole fucking decade. Wow. And yeah, do I think is it like not good? No. And again, I've talked about this before. Like, I do think WAP was like pretty legendary. I think that's just kind of funny, when you're hearing degrading music growing up as a woman all the time being split, like, oh, like, let's get them hoes, and I'm gonna cheat on this girl, and like, yeah, just fuck them sluts and all this shit. And then fucking Cardi B comes out with fucking WAP. Yeah, it's kind of fucking funny and like cool. I like funny, cool. Sure, women have taken it too far, great. But like when Candace is, it's just oh my god, it's like, oh no, it's so sad. Women are now like making like sexually explicit songs about guys. Oh, poor guys. I don't know. It's just like I don't know. Again, like, I do agree some of it has gone too far, but when she makes it such a fucking like it's such this like heartbreaking thing. I don't know. I think it's a little. What did I do?
Just shut up. Me Too movement. A decade of men being told that they have no value.
And like, maybe I'm being unfair. Like, I know men have a hard time too. Like, there's definitely been, especially in the past like couple of years, there's been some social like culture things that have definitely been unfair towards men. Okay, like maybe I'm being a little unfair right now, but like it is a reaction, and maybe it's not fair, right? But I don't know. Oh, let's let her continue.
No value in this society, okay? It is inevitable because I believe in equilibrium, right? Because I believe that eventually the world has to correct itself, the energy has to correct itself, that there was going to be men that started saying, actually, you do have value. Actually, that woman has no value. Actually, women ain't shit, right? Because she's a hooker, because she's a sex worker. And this is what we're seeing right now. And to people that don't understand that, it's because you're pretending that we haven't been existing under a matriarchy. Right? I'm actually longer than 10 years. I mean, it's been about 15 years of sustained trash talk to men that has just been circulated in the mainstream media. And the best part about it, which is just so brilliant, you gotta love women because we can be Machiavellian, is that at the same time that we're doing this, we're claiming that we're the victims. Right?
Yeah. Which one is it?
It's like, and also like, Me Too and Time's Up, and but like we're completely dominating the narrative for the last 15 years. And so I understand it. I get it. And I'm actually so happy.
Again, like that is, how can you say, I just don't understand how you can use like Me Too as if it's some kind of like cultural man hating or something, like how some people abused it, sure, but are we gonna seriously let the exceptions overrule this movement that I think was actually like overall a really good movement? It's frustrating. I just think it's fucking frustrating. She complains about how for 15 years women have started making inappropriate and, probably very distasteful music when this has been going on already. And is it right? No. But is it happening? Yes. Has it been happening? Yes. Has it gone too far? Yes. And I do think it's already started to chill out. It was literally like a short phase, I think. And already I think there's so many women who have been sympathetic to this backlash that has been an overcorrection. And already it's like turned around. So, again, I just think she's pandering to an audience This is shortly after her Andrew Tate interview. Her Andrew Tate interview, which afterwards she did a fucking whole episode dedicated to defending a literal pedophile, multiple pedophiles, convicted fucking pedophiles. And what she did was protect the pedophile's name, who's convicted and admitted and found guilty of doing this. And instead, she doxed the girl who's now in the Tate case, a victim in the Tate case. And she doxed her and kept out the pedophile, Keith Fox, that's his name, to protect him, because he knowingly slept with and dated a 15-year-old, maybe she was 16, and he was in his 30s. He was in his late 30s, and he was sleeping with a 15, 16-year-old girl, and he was convicted for this. Multiple girls. And she protected his name because this girl, she was like an orphan. She's a troubled teen, okay, right? She was like a young prostitute. She had a hard life. She didn't have parents. She had a hard life, and she's been victimized, okay? And this is something I hate too. People say, oh, well, victims need to take responsibility and blah, blah, blah. Guess what? They are facing the consequences and taking the responsibility when they end up getting victimized. They're facing the consequences of their actions when they become victims. And just because someone might maybe not be in the right state of mind or might not be making the best decisions or the safest decisions based on whatever circumstances, and they become a victim, doesn't make the person who victimized them any less guilty. Right? If you leave your car door unlocked at night and someone robs your car, can you maybe be like, oh, that was stupid? Someone's like gonna rob my car? Sure. But does that mean that that person didn't just break the law by stealing? No. Right? They're still guilty of stealing. That was stupid that you left your car unlocked, and the consequences of the stupidity for leaving your car unlocked is you got robbed. But that doesn't mean that the person who stole from the car isn't guilty of theft. Sorry. Okay. This is like a very heated night. But yeah, she's really fucking disgusting because she literally defended like fucking 3 pedophiles on her show just for fucking clicks and Andrew Tate fan support, because he has millions of supporters and loyal followers. And it makes me think she has literally no morals left, because she said she read the indictment. I don't know if she did, but the part she shows in the interview, a part of the indictment, she flashes it up on the screen. I've read the indictment, and if she read the indictment, she would fucking know what he's actually guilty of and what he actually did, and she would have seen the proof. And she even shows a part on the screen, and she highlights this one section and quickly takes it away, and the other part that she shows on screen even says in there the oh man, we're gonna have to go over my Andrew Tate videos one day.
That men are starting to talk about what it means to be a high value man and to bring in a high value woman, right? And so is Andrew Tate the perfect person who, that in his past, no, he's got a lot of things in his past. And I said to him when I interviewed him, I think he should just be forthcoming and have humility and admit the mistakes. And he did a little bit of that in the interview. He said, I showed him some old clips of himself, and he genuinely was not happy to hear himself speak. Yeah. Right. Genuinely. You could see it on his face, like embarrassed that this is who he was 10 years ago.
Okay, hold on. Real quick. Right here. This is my video.
Exploit women.
There for humans seems to be this
forming an organized.
All right. I'm gonna end it after this because I could go on and on and on about this if I start getting into the Candace Owens, Andrew Tate shit. But I think it's really disgusting because I don't think she's this stupid. This is my problem. It's not ignorance. I think she knows exactly what she's doing, especially if she did read this indictment, and especially if she does know about the Tate case. And if she doesn't, that means she's just as bad because this man is accused of sex trafficking and rape and sex trafficking minors. Okay, there are minors involved. Actually, that's the charges are with Tristan, but Andrew Tate has admitted to this. Okay, and she's just not in the case because she's been fucking groomed and it's a whole thing. But they have admitted to being with minors multiple times and pimping them out. Okay, and Candace either doesn't care enough to look in to the indictment to know whether or not she's about to go and support a sex trafficker, an accused sex trafficker, an accused rapist, right? So she either doesn't care enough to look into whether or not she's willing to publicly support this man, or she actually does know and she doesn't care and she's supporting him anyways because she wants the views and the clicks and the money. So either way, she's fucking disgusting. But anyways, right here, this is where she brings up
that you are being
to sexually exploit women.
There seems to be this understanding that you are being prosecuted, or you're being indicted rather, for human sex trafficking charges. I've read the indictment and I do want to make it clear. The words human sex trafficking occur on the indictment, but then it makes it very clear.
You heard, she just said, I've read the indictment myself, right?
The words human sex trafficking occur on the indictment, but then it makes it very clear that what they're referring to is they kind of extended the term. It's not what we think about in America.
Okay. The actions of Andrew Tate consisting of the following. It's translated from Romanian to English, so the translation from Romanian to English is very difficult, so that's why it's a little funky. In the period of 2016 to 2017, okay? Because another thing is, Andrew Tate tries to say that his old webcam business has nothing to do with the current charges. He says anything from before 2021 has nothing to do with the current charges. It says, and Candace says this too. She says, "Oh yeah, I understand. It has nothing to do. It's all new stuff. Like everybody trying to tie this in with your old webcam business. That's nonsense." It literally says on the paper she shows in her own video, 2016, 2017, 2018. Anyways. Using the application while in Romania, recruited by deception the victim by falsely inducing her about the intention to establish a family marriage relationship and the existence of false feelings. Okay, we have text messages to corroborate all of this. In the period 2017, the defendant transported her from the UK to Romania, as well as within the area, blah, blah, blah. It's all redacted. It's areas within Romania he sheltered her in a building in the location, as well as in the territory of the United Kingdom, the period 2018. That's why he's also has charges after his Romania shit in the UK as well. During this time together with a person named blank, they subjected the victim to physical violence and psychological coercion resulting from the actions of intimidation, surveillance, and control with the aim of sexually exploiting her. They forced her to engage in pornographic activities for the production and distribution of pornographic materials using the website webcamming site. The victim activated this through the account with the username blah, blah, blah. Okay? So it says it right there. And she is misunderstood. She literally thinks her own viewers are too stupid or ignorant to pause the video. She feels safe enough. She feels secure enough that her viewers are so sheepish to just believe what she says that she has the balls to put the actual evidence right there on the screen. And thinks you should be insulted. You should be insulted if you're a Candace Owens fan. That she would think you were so stupid to not pause the video to just disprove her own statement that she's trying to tell you.
makes it very clear that what they're referring to is they kind of extended the term. It's not what we think about in America when you think of.
It's the same, by the way, it is the same law. It is the same international law that Andrew Tate is being charged with sex trafficking as it is in America. It is the same law. There's no difference.
A bunch of children being put into a truck and taken.
Okay? These actions fulfill the constitutive elements of the crime of human trafficking in continuous forms. Blah, blah, blah. 4 material acts concerning the victims during the period 2016-2018, during the period 2022. Blah, blah, blah. Okay.
Taken over the border against their will.
What is human trafficking?
Yeah, so
from the effective.
It's not what we think about in America. They're basically saying that if you
from the UK, resulting from acting her of pornography in a building located in redacted
then they consider that to be.
But there's so much more. I've made a couple of videos about this. Right, I have files on my computer about all the files and everything. I know a lot about this case. There are text messages of Tristan Tate telling the handlers to just hit her. There's other evidence of physical violence. There's videos. They're old videos, and again, that woman isn't involved in the current case against him. But there's just so much evidence against this man, and the fact that Candace Owens was either ignorantly willing to defend a potential human sex trafficker and rapist for views and didn't do her due diligence because she didn't care, or she actually does know, and she does fucking understand all the mountains of evidence against this man. Evidence that he's admitted to himself, and she doesn't care, and she's willing to support him anyways for clicks and views, makes her a disgusting person, hands down. No excuse. There's no fucking excuse. Okay. It's my birthday. I shouldn't be this mad, so I'm gonna go. Oh, it's actually really funny. It was a year ago I posted like one of my first Andrew Tate videos. Should we watch it and then I'll leave? I don't think it's that good. Well, let's see. That was a video. Which one is it? Let's see. I posted this look 1 year ago on July 27th, 2023. All right, the second half is like text messages, so we'll watch this and then I'm gonna call it a night for sure. Sorry, it's getting really late. The sly, leaving no traces, for example, acted on the sly, leaving no traces, for example, from the statement of the injured person. Follows that the defendant, Georgiana, in order to avoid leaving traces of violence on the body of one of the girls who had a recent breast implant, lifted her arm in order to undo the operation, after which he affirmed that she is not stupid to beat her to leave her marks. That's from the court evidence, for the court files. There's a separate investigation including money laundering and trafficking of minors.
picture I uploaded, and I didn't upload it yet. I uploaded it when you were watching.
Yeah.
I met her in Poland 4 or 5 times. I took her out. Virgin, 18 years old.
Yep.
Beautiful girl. Now you've seen the picture. You know what she looks like. What do you think? 8.5, 9?
Yeah. Easy.
Yeah, smoking. So I took my time. Time and words had to be wasted. Did all the bullshit I usually do. There was no hard close on her. I left, gave her a big kiss, said, I'm going to miss you, etc., etc. Flew her to Romania. The first 2 days I spent with her in Romania, I purposefully, hear me out, John, chess, ready? I booked her here for 3 days to fly here, okay? For the first 2 nights, I booked a hotel for her. And my assistant drove her to her hotel every night. I kissed her on the couch. Told her she liked me, she was into it. Georgiana's here, she's taking you home. First 2 nights, took her home. 3rd night, her flight was at 7 a.m. Baby, you may as well stay with me. Chess, setup. This is what it takes to fuck 9 out of 10 virgins.
Chess, setup.
It does. That night I fucked her. So what is my close rate in terms of dates? Because that was fucking 9 dates. What's my close rate in terms of dates? I don't know, but when I set my mind to a girl, my close rate is as close to 100% as you can get.
Romanian prosecutors have escalated the charges against social media influencer Andrew Tate, his brother Kristen, and 2 others from human trafficking to
This is when he talks about sleeping with a 15-year-old.
But basically, you have to be big, large enough personality that you handle it. There is no hierarchy. You can't clearly have women below women. They don't like that shit. What you do when you're in my situation, when you have a girlfriend of 6 years, and you try and bring a new girl in, you actually have to downplay your relationship with the girl of 6 years, which is difficult. And I only get away with that because the girl of 6 years plays along. So Vivian's been with me 6 years. She's completely head over heels in love with me. She wants kids with me, everything. And we met and we felt whatever, we're in love. But when a new girl comes, she'll go, oh yeah, I started off working for him and it's just how it worked out. She'll super downplay us so that the new girl feels like, well, they're just kind of working sex and now I'm here and he likes me.
Vivian ended up becoming one of the top cam girl creators. I think it was like in 2020 maybe. I don't know. Don't quote me on that year, but he built her up. He met her when she was 15 from Slovakia. Slovakia, is that it? What did he say? Oh, he says it. But one of those Eastern European countries that are bordering Romania, where the legal age of consent is 15. He actually talks about basically ran out of one of those countries because they were known for preying on the young girls.
And she can believe in her mind that she can be equal. If Vivian was completely honest, well, he's been with me 6 years and we're gonna be together forever, so you're just a side bitch, then it's not gonna ever work. So it also depends
together
how much control
6
you have over
years.
your bottom bitch, because you have to be able to have her on side playing the game. That's super important. So key is, it's you and everyone else. There is no hierarchy below you. Can you break down your own situation? So I got 2 main bitches. I'm gonna deal with my fire, gentlemen. I got 2 main girls. I got Melissa and Vivian.
I thought we had the same
Now,
chair
Melissa
for a second. I was about to throw it away.
And Vivian started off together. After 2 years of slamming them every day together, tensions were getting a bit crazy. I mean, I could have held it together forever, but it was just to a point where it's just like, oh, shut up. So everyone made a happy agreement that they'd be separate. I'd still be with both of them, but they don't want to live together anymore. That's fine. When I bring on new girls, I usually pair them with Vivian. Because Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28, Vivian's like 21. Vivian's like 21. Vivian's like 21. So Vivian's been with me 6 years. She's completely head over heels in love with me. She wants kids with me, everything. Because Vivian's younger. Melissa's like 28, Vivian's like 21. Vivian's younger, she's more fun, more outgoing. Melissa's really quite, not in a bad way, she's more homey, boring.
21 minus 6
So
is 15.
if you're gonna pair a girl with a girl, it's much easier if the girl's fun. Let's all go to the club. Let's all drink champagne. Let's all do this. Let's go here, let's go here. That's what it does. So since I've had Vivian, I've had 5 other girlfriends who I've shared with Vivian. So a description of your relationship process with Vivian. So yeah, that's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia.
Yes.
We had a long-term relationship thing. I was living in England. It's a really long story. I don't want to tell you the whole story. I moved her to England to be with me to start doing my webcam company, which I started. If you don't have a webcam company, you need to look into it. Because as soon as you have a couple girls in love with you, it's the fucking easiest money in the world. No,
couple girls in love
it's not easy money. You gotta build it up. But once you get girls built up, then it's
As soon as you have a
free.
couple
Like every other
15-year-olds
business,
in
you
love
gotta
with
build
you.
it up. I decided I want to start a webcam business. Vivian's beautiful. I said, look, stop being a waitress. Come here, live with me. She came. Everything was fine for a couple weeks. Melissa obviously lived in England. They didn't know about each other. They found out. They tried to have a big argument with me. I did exactly as I said, downplayed it, didn't give a shit. Everyone moved in together. Everyone started doing webcam. I was making loads of money. Then we agreed to the split, like we said. And that's basically been it. Since then, new girls have come along. Vivian understands that I'm fucking these hoes, but I don't care about these hoes. I mean, I have on corporatetape.com, I have a course and I teach everything I know about girls from start to finish, everything I know about game. And it will help. But if you're a low value man, it can only help. You're not banging Claudia Schiffer.
I have like my newer videos are a lot better than this. There's a lot more damaging evidence and stuff like that. But let's see, let's go to some of the...
To begin to human trafficking. They are dedicated to me and their job. That is it. And that's what I try and teach.
Let's see, this is some of the court files. These are some of the text messages, so this is all here. This is him coercing girls that think are his girlfriend to work on cam, and he goes through all the steps. And there's so much more. There's him telling his war room people about how they can do this to women and how they can trick women. It's really bad. So
My main girl.
punishment comes from love. Continued her Georgiana and Luana would not proceed as they did in the case of share them a better life.
Not his toy, she is our toy. And for that reason, she's always more loyal to me than she is to female. I mean, both the women snitch. I have that with my I say my main girl. I have 2 or 3. She's doing it.
So yeah, that's all there. But anyways, just nostalgic. I posted this a year ago. A year to the date. Actually, it was probably around the same time. So anyways, I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks everyone who stuck around. Please like the stream if you like the stream. And yeah, so that's why I think Candace Owens is honestly a piece of shit, because I think she knows better. I think she knows what she's doing, and I think she's choosing clicks and views over morality and actually helping men and stuff. Thanks, Jerry. You have a good night too. I'm sorry I got a little heated earlier, but I seriously enjoy like the debates and the back and forth, and please don't take it personally. I really appreciate you being here and stuff. I think it's fun. So but yeah, have a good night, guys, and I'm going to the shore on Monday, so okay, I figured you knew. Just want to make it clear. I'm going to the shore on Monday. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow, so I might be gone for a couple days. So have a good night, everybody, and thanks again. Oh, I got an outro now too.